Greetings, travelers, and welcome back to Goldbound. What a beautiful day. A beautiful day to be out in wetlands, guys. Oh, how are we all doing? As I mentioned, I went upstairs, crafted up a nice hot Americano, so we got some coffee to go here. Got some farms to do. Hope we're all having a good day. How are we all doing? No Poncho, the wire is out. I'm sure she'll come in. I'm sure she'll come in. Maybe I should start with the wire in, but for now we're good. Very good. Neasel with a Twitch Prime. Greetings, traveler. Let me, oh. 1 second. It seems like my World of Warcraft game is frozen in stream. One second here. What's going on there? That's weird. Let me try. Try disabling and putting it back on. World of Warcraft. Okay. Let me try relogging into WoW. I don't know why my WoW game froze on stream. Kanagi, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Hope you're having a great day. Good morning. Let's see if this works now. There we go. I don't know what happened there. A little bit of a glitch in the Matrix, guys. What farms are we trying out? Dragon Whelp or Silk? So I want to start the day farming like the main kind of Crimson Whelpling area. I won't do it all day, but I do want to get a start on the day with it, like a lot probably. And this time in particular, like while we get going here, I want to see how much in like an hour I get from skinning. So it's kind of like a chill little area to farm. Let me go ahead and get my farming bar updated as well. Because if we're going to farm here, I may as well farming bar up. To track the skins and stuff. So light leather. And it should be medium leather. I guess I haven't gotten any medium leather yet, so. Let's go. There we go. There's the first medium leather, so we can track that. I'm curious, like, even without drops, how much gold per hour it is just from leather, so. We'll get some data here while we get the day going before we do some other farms. This farm is amazing, though. Isn't it a good spot for leather, too? Oh, yeah. I think this spot is one of the reasons why leather is so... Like, light leather and medium leather is so low in price compared to the higher level leathers, just because you can get so much here. I think I first tried this spot many moons ago, and it was on a Brewmaster Monk. The thing about Monk, though, is if you're taunting everyone, I don't think you can skin everything. Because right now, with how many Dragonkins we get, it's pretty much maxed out on skins per hour. Like, between killing and skinning, I don't think we could get even more efficient. Smoldering Robe dropped, by the way. We'll probably see quite a few of those. What we really want is a tiny Crimson Whelpling. Starting off here, we have 355 kills on the Slave Hunters and 537 on the Whelp Stealers. So we'll see how many total kills we get. But yeah, I forget how you actually set up the Monk farm, but the AoE taunt can pull in even more mobs. Because this hyperspawn just... on my own here, it gives me like 6 mobs over and over that just kind of keep running back. But if you're on a monk, you can taunt in a whole bunch more. Are we also getting a lot of wool? I guess we are getting a lot of wool, aren't we? We can track the wool too. Yeah, wool cloth. Are we getting silk cloth too? Let me just see what we get here. Medium leather, yeah. Light leather. Sweet. I'm wondering if we get silk cloth here, because I do have 18 silk in my bags, but I'm not sure if I got it from these guys. So far, kind of just looks like wool cloth. But yeah, how are we all doing today? We had a pretty good day yesterday. If you were on stream yesterday, we had a nice little hardcore day. Oh, we do get silk cloth. Okay. Nice little hardcore stream. Got some progress. You know, trying to stay alive out there, doing what we can to keep the dream alive. But until next time, it's all about maximizing the Westfall farms. This is the best AFK farm in the game. Honestly, it might be. You have so many different aspects. Even without skinning, like without skinning, it's more AFK as a monk for the welpling. But even with skinning, it's pretty AFK. But yeah, without skinning, you can just AFK for pretty big intervals before you loot. Just pressing kind of like 1 or 2 buttons here and there. Kind of the ideal, you know, if you're watching a show or something kind of farm. Solaz, greetings, traveler. VTNet69, greetings. You had to hop off a little prematurely on Monday. Did I end up getting any whelps? I didn't get the tiny crimson whelp, but from the Ebonhold whelps, I did get the dark whelpling. So we have one of the whelps. Hopefully today we can get the tiny crimson. That'll be pretty sweet. I think we'll be doing a few farms that could drop it. Ooh, that's a good one. Buccaneers chess piece. Nice. That's one of the better pieces of transmog you can get from here. That has a good sale price. Average sale on that is 4K. So we're doing good already. It's a good morning to have a good morning. Now that we have the north opened up, am I wishing to keep going and clearing Eastern Kingdoms to start Kalimdor? You know, I don't know. I think I'm happy with however it goes. It would be very cool to like get more and more of Eastern Kingdoms done. The only thing is I do know about Kalimdor. We're going to need it for Thunder Fury eventually. So, ideally, once we get the binding, we start kind of moving towards Silithus through Tenaris and all that stuff. Aside from that, I think it would be cool to start really dusting off the whole continent of Eastern Kingdoms. But honestly, whichever way it goes, I'm kind of just excited to see what happens, see what we find in the zones. There's so much stuff like that I don't know in a lot of these zones. For example, in Wetlands already, I didn't know about the cave up there with the Rizashi pet, which I got to go back and get another one because I equipped the one that we got, so I do want to get one to sell. Oh my gosh, we're getting so much transmog, guys. What the actual heck? It's GG. We could literally just do this farm for the whole zone. We got to explore more, but like this, we're definitely gonna do this farm a little bit each day to get some gold flowing. Oh my gosh, it's so sick. The whole zone drops the Crimson Whelp. Yeah. So there's a couple other farms we'll do today. that won't be getting as high of kills per hour as this does, but will potentially drop the whelp. I don't think we'll be able to beat the kills per hour here. I was moving around. I think I can probably just stand here and kill and skin. It just keeps coming, guys, the transmog. We're pretty much staying in combat, though. Hold up, this looks like a new zone? That's an astute observation. It kind of still looks like the last zone, though. It, like, you know, to the untrained eye, if you were not a trained kind of World of Warcraft player, playing WoW GeoGuessr, you know, you could see this and think, yeah, that could be Loch Modan. I mean, Loch Modan is just right over there, so we're pretty close geographically. It's not too often on Goldbound, actually, that we get a zone that is attached to the zone that we currently have. Oftentimes, we end up kind of like bouncing back and forth. But, yeah, it's kind of cool. Because Loch Modan put wetlands on the table as far as to spin, and the first chance we got Loch Modan. Maybe I'll have Loot Appraiser up just so you can see the value of the transmog that we're coming in. I have my Loot Appraiser set to region sale average, so the number you see is how much region sale average market value we've gotten. We got the Bard's chest piece really early here, that's why it's pretty high. It's at like 36,000 gold per hour based on the first 8 minutes. But yeah, we've gotten 5.2k in market value of region sale value average. To be honest, if the Night Slayer chest doesn't drop next Molten Core run, it goes from being a feature to being a bug. Never seen a single chest not drop for 4 runs max. 32 is ludicrous. It's ludicrous. I'm glad we're on the same page. It is crazy. Because yeah, I don't have it as an appearance, so it just hasn't dropped. Earlier on, like around run 10, I think we thought maybe I had accidentally disenchanted it. But if I had disenchanted the Night Slayer chest, we would have it in our appearances, and we just don't. Ooh. Wow. I feel so spoiled with this farm, guys. Normally in Goldbound, we're doing like somewhat okay farms, not that great. This farm is... I'm not even moving, I'm just getting spoon-fed gold. What? We're lucky. Lady Death, greetings, traveler. Welcome in, everyone. Hope we're all having a good day here. I would get the Night Slayer chest on my first run with a dwarf. I'm afraid to run Molten Core on the dwarf for recipes, because I almost guarantee we get the binding and the Night Slayer chest. Like, we probably just clean up if we go on the dwarf, right? That's just how things go. I wonder how many kills per hour we really get here. It's a lot of kills per hour. KPH, you know? Because 1 in 10,000 is the drop rate for the whelps, so... not super high. I definitely want to farm it enough, though, to get it in the zone. I feel like if we do wetlands and we don't get the Crimson Whelpling, did we really do wetlands? Yeah, no, it's a good AFK farm for sure. You AFK this all the time, sometimes go 5 hours with none. That's reasonable, right? Like 1 in 10,000 is so low. I think you probably get like 3,000 kills per hour-ish. 2 to 3, probably. Your kills per hour would be higher on a monk for sure. If you farm it on a monk. So, yeah. It's basically like, I don't know, maybe stats doesn't work like this, but like for 1 hour of farming, maybe like a 33% chance that you get the mount, or get the pet, sorry. Because if you get 3,000-ish kills, we're just kind of saying a number here, and it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, then 3,000 kills per hour should be about a 1 in 3 chance per hour to get the mount. I keep saying mount, it's a pet. I don't know what I'm doing. It's one of those ones where, like, technically, even if you don't get the battle pet, it's not the end of the world because you're getting trade goods and transmog. Definitely the best skinning leveling spot, eh? If we ever have to power level skinning, we really don't have an excuse now to do Blackwing Descent, Blackwing Lair, without skinning now. Yeah, that's true. If we were a bit of a lower level, we might be able to aggro some more of the mobs to come in one shot. It's a pretty good rate, though. I think if we got more of the Dragonkins here, we wouldn't actually be able to skin them all. Actually, it's about a 26% chance within an hour, assuming that 1 in 10,000 is actually correct. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you could go quite a few hours for sure without getting it. I mean, technically, if we use our example of the Night Slayer chest, a 20% drop, you could go 32 hours here without getting it. If we went 32 hours here, we'd probably have a good amount of skinning materials to sell, though, so. We'll see, though. I mean, we could get it right away here. The next loot, we could get the Crimson Welpling. It's, yeah, it's like, what, 20k probably? Like, realistic sale on that bad boy is probably about 20k. So I'm not going to get a token instantly from it, but if we can get 1 or 2 of those while we're here, this will probably be like one of the farms we juice while we're testing. What are we doing? Farming for an hour? Yeah, so I want to just get like each day some time on this farm because it's so good, right? But I don't want to spend all day farming it. And right now, kind of what I am testing is the trade good value per hour. Like, not even including the transmog value. I want to put a gold per hour on this for leather and cloth. So even if you go completely dry on transmog in the battle pets, I want to know how much gold per hour we could get. Because honestly, chances are it's going to be better than a lot of other farms that we have access to. Plus, yeah, we do have a head start on the token. We're at 105k. 105,000 gold. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get it in this hour. Otherwise, I have a couple other farms I do want to test today. Maybe we end up getting the Crimson Whelping from those farms. It's possible. Pretty good ratio of medium leather, though. Zone's a lot like Loch Madan, a lot of rare mob drops. Yeah, I was looking at some of the rare loot tables. There's some really good stuff. Like, I know about the egg up in here, but even like the Razor Maw Matriarch has some really good drops on the tables, so I'll be going into that cave a lot too. We'll have to make like a rare loop. Oh. Whoops. Yeah, and there's also technically, right? Technically, the Disgusting Oozling is possible here. I think objectively, getting the Disgusting Oozling in wetlands is probably 20 to 30 times more difficult than in Swamposaurus. But we haven't even confirmed if the oozling bag drops for us anymore. With our current level, it might not. All this will be discovered soon. All we gotta do is keep sipping our coffee and farming the gold. Oh wow, I can actually interact key a lot of these skins too. Yeah, we could actually put... Well, we'll see. If we can't get the oozling on this guy, it's possible that we can get on the crafting alt, but... If I can avoid it, I kind of want to avoid farming on the crafting alt. And do, like, most of the farming on this character. Mm-hmm. Are the light and medium leathers worth something? They are pretty cheap. Like, light leather is about 1 gold, medium leather is about 5 gold. The thing is, we're getting so many of them that it will really add up. Like, we're 20 minutes in and we have probably like 800 gold worth. So, worst case scenario, it's like a couple thousand gold per hour of just leather. Is there a specific reason I don't run the WoW head add-on? No. I had it for a while. I think I disabled it with midnight because it was throwing error messages, and I just haven't gotten it again. Let me just go get it right now. That's probably the best way to confirm I get it. Alright, retail, WoW head, looter. One sec, I can't reduce my kills per hour. So I gotta do it in intervals here. Alright. Get the kills. Alright, looter. I always find that the Wowhead looter is the hardest add-on to find on CurseForge. For some reason, like if you search Wowhead, it just doesn't come up. I can't find it. It's only on the Wowhead website. I'm pretty sure I've gotten it on Curse before. I'll have to look after. I gave it a valiant effort. Charmy, resubscribing with Prime, 3 months going. Greetings, traveler. Also, greetings, traveler in the wild. Yeah, maybe I'll have to download it directly from Wowhead. Cause yeah, we are. No, I do want to have it because I use Wowhead a lot, and I do. Back in the day, I had it before before midnight, before the error messages. Because we are contributing like a non-negligible amount of data for sure, especially for these old zones. And I think a lot of these old zones, I mean, some of the more meta farms, probably we don't really, like, for this farm in particular, I'm sure there's plenty of data from this farm, you know what I'm saying? But some more kind of niche farms that we do, it's probably good if we contribute to the data set. Mm-hmm. What does wool cloth sell for? About 33 silver per wool cloth. That's what I call hyperspawn. Oh yeah. This is like the hyperspawn. Actually, no. This is the solo hyperspawn farm. Because so many hyperspawn farms are the best in a 5-man group. This is like the solo one. You know what I mean? There's not many solo hyperspawns in the game that just continuously feed you farms or like loot like this. We're just chilling at the battlefront. And every time we open up the loot table, it's just like rolling the dice on some good loot. One bonus though is our calculator add-on is working again, so we got it fixed. So once we get our hour done, we can add up things in-game. In so many places that do this, the mobs just drop nothing. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like, there is some spots like this on the battlefront out, even in Blasted Lands, and those mobs just wouldn't drop anything. These guys drop trade goods, transmog, and battle pets. Like, they have everything. As long as you're skinning them, they drop the trade goods. Of course. Of course. The Dark Portal, exactly, yeah. Yeah, there's some people battling there with, like, hyperspawns, but they don't have any loot tables. Luckily, this one is a farm. It's a very well-known transmog farm, right? Very well-known transmog farm, very well-known battle pet farm, so I don't think it'll be nerfed. There's no way Blizzard doesn't know about this situation, so... Luckily, we probably won't see any nerfs happening. If anything, they'll nerf the monks. Yeah, because this has been around for, like, years and years and years. Like, maybe even 10 years. Yeah, it's been a good farm for a while. As long as I get at least one Crimson Welpling from here, I'm happy. And then we can use it for, like, just base kind of trade good skinning. Based on our current, you know, approaching 24 minutes, we have about 216 gold of light leather. Light leather is interesting, though. It sells for about 1 gold each. But if you slow sell it, like, realistically, you can probably get 2 to 3 gold. Like, if you just, like, wait for the price to come up and you don't list it for less than 2-3 gold, you can probably get that price for it, for light leather. Even though most of the time it sells for 1 gold. It just might take a month to sell. And then, medium leather is quite good, so... Yeah. That's number 3, no, number 4 for smoldering robes here this farm session, too. We might just have to start vendoring our smoldering robes, because I already have 4 in stock on the transmog character. And we have 4 more, so it might be a disenchant or a vendor, because these guys... Yeah, the vendor price isn't too great on these items, actually, so it might be a disenchant angle. Yeah, you guys have been doing it, like, 10 years ago, since WoD, over 10 years, yeah. I think kind of with the emergence of monks, it kind of became well known, right? Resident got to drop off for a bit. Catch you later. Oh, what's this add-on? This is Farming Bar. Farming Bar. I have a video going over kind of all my add-ons that I use for gold farming. I'll drop it there in Twitch. It kind of goes over my 5 major ones and kind of how I set them up and a couple features for them, if you're curious. So that's a little bit of the setup I use. Some add-ons change here and there, but Farming Bar, especially for Goldie and on stream, it's nice to have the heads-up display to kind of track it. Yeah, because you can swap out whatever you're farming on there, and you can set goals for, like, you know, 1,000 leather or something like that. There's something so relaxing about skinning as well. So, I love this farm. Oh, that was a big pull of orcs there. Jeez. Can't remember, can you do like profiles for quick swapping the bar? You can. You can. I haven't set up any profiles. I probably could. The thing is, a lot of my profiles are very different depending on what farm I'm doing, because I test a lot of different farms. So my profiles would change very minorly, but you definitely can have different profiles in the add-on for tracking different things, different sizes. Yeah. Could be quite good, actually. Especially if you have like a couple go-to farms, or like a midnight current content farm, you could throw those up there. Definitely worth. Also, like, one thing this farming bar add-on also does is every time you see I get one of the items I'm tracking, it pops up on screen, like on top there, and it has a little coin purse jingle. Like, that's not the game, that's the add-on, if you listen. The coin purse jingle is the add-on. And those little things I like. I find anything that increases the chill factor, the dopamine factor of gold farming is good in my book. Yeah. Not too much though. It's still a game sound, so it's good. I like it. Pontus just texted Blizzard. The whelp will drop within 14 minutes. Appreciate it. I forgot to send in my formal email request for the streamer drops today, so we might not get too lucky. But if you asked, we might still get it. So that's a bonus. I almost guarantee when I go to film this section for the video, and I do some like B-roll here, and I kill one mob, I'll get the whelp. People say streamer luck is something. Let me tell you, when you're filming a video and you're trying to get B-roll luck is something. It seems like half the time I go to like get like one kill on a thing to show it in the video, I just get the drop. It's ridiculous. To be fair, some of that might actually be like anti-hyperspawn mechanics, that the first couple of kills you get are actually way more likely to drop something because you don't have any of those hyperspawn mechanics. So there could be some bias in that, actually. To be honest. Like, that could be a big factor, actually. Nerdy one, greetings, traveler. We're doing good over here. Out here farming. But yeah, I'll go over some of the drops we got. A lot of the drops so far for transmog are pretty mid. The best drop so far has been the Buccaneer's chest. That's a pretty darn good drop. It has like a 40k value, 4,000 average sale. That's kind of like another big ticket item you want here. So that's a really good little drop that we got. Yeah, honestly, before the hour's up, I might have to vendor or sell. Bag space is definitely a concern on this farm. Seems to be a short zone looking at this. Yeah, this might be one of the better farms we have access to, right? It's definitely top 5, probably top 3, maybe best. As far as like a general solo farm. Like, this is a legitimately really, really good solo farm for anyone to do, AFK. That being said though, I'll spend some time this morning testing here. If we were just speedrunning the token, we would just sit here all day. Right? Just sit here all day and farm this. But we got other farms to test, guys. We got to make sure we're exploring wetlands, finding some cool things about the zone, and showcasing all that wetlands has to offer, not just the cream of the crop, right? So we'll spend some time exploring there. But even then, if we do a little bit on this farm every day, it's good. Got to do inland and coastal fishing farms. We'll be careful on the coastal farms. I don't want to go too close to the dangerous area up there. I think it's sagefish schools and wreckage, so definitely some possible skinning or possible pool fishing inland. I don't know what fish the coast drops, so that could be worth testing too. We won't have Darkmoon Fare while we're here. I do have a stockpile of Darkmoon Firewater, luckily. I'm not going to sell that stockpile. That's kind of just like my personal supply. That being said, does Darkmoon Firewater affect skinning speed? Let me see. I think it does. Oh, it definitely does. Oh. We should have been using this the whole time. That's way better. What? Oh, there we go, guys. We learned something new today. I didn't realize it affected skinning. Oh, that's a big quality of life increase. So yeah, I won't be able to get more from the fishing hat. But yeah, we'll definitely do this. Man, I can only imagine. Can Worgans be monks? Because a Worgen monk here would be able to get so many more skins per hour. That's actually crazy. If they taunt in. Yeah, they can. Yeah, so I feel like Worgen monk would be the best build for this. Is this looking like a 14k per hour farm? We'll see how it pans out. We are a little biased upwards because we got a good drop. So this farm, from hour to hour, like the transmog value is going to vary a lot. So this hour, what I'm really trying to do is get a number for raw gold per hour. So like a currency looted, vendor sell prices, and trade goods. That way we can get like a flat rate, and then we can just know that there's sometimes you're going to have a big bonus from transmog. Like we got the Buccaneers vest, which is like a 40k market value, 5,000 sale price average piece. So that's increasing our gold per hour right now. So our gold per hour will probably come down as we get into the hour, unless we get another big drop, like another Buccaneers or a Crimson Welpling. We're officially at about 2,000 kills on these guys, so getting up there. Yeah, I think it's definitely worth having Darkmoon Firewater while we're out here. Actually, it might not, because Darkmoon Firewater is 370 gold each. Do we actually get more efficiency, or is it just more convenient to have Darkmoon Firewater on? It legitimately might just be more convenient, because I don't think we're getting more skins per hour. We just have more downtime. So maybe it isn't worth it for us, now that I think about it. Any reason I mentioned market value when sale average is the important metric? I think they're really important to look at together, because sale average is going to be artificially low and market value is going to be artificially high, because there's going to be some sales of these transmog items where people don't know what they're worth and sell them for like 20 gold, which will bring down the average sale price. So realistically, the true value that you're probably going to get is somewhere between market and sale. That's why I usually try to mention both, because it can give you a good kind of spread of where you might sell it at. If market and sale are very close, it's a very reliable kind of estimate. But something like this chest piece that sells for sale average of 4k, market value of 40k, like realistically, if I was going to sell it as a transmog slowly, I'd probably be looking for a sale around 15 to 20k. Yeah, like some kind of formula for a median, you know? Between that would probably be like a nice thing to look at. I don't know what the best ratio would be, though. But it does depend on the transmog for sure. I kind of thought we'd have more leather by now. I guess only half the mobs are really giving us leather. If you look at it that way. Yeah, the sale average includes people selling Stealth Blade for like 10 gold. That's true. That's a bit of an oops. Yeah, a lot of times, like, it's nice having more of the info, because you kind of look at it all holistically. And in my head, when I look at these items, I kind of, to a certain degree, almost average them out and kind of see, you know, if we leave out the outliers, the high and the low, what's kind of a realistic value. Have I tried using enhanced quality of life add-on when it's with its fast looting things like this? It would loot fast enough that you don't see the window pop up. I was running it for a little bit. The reason I stopped is mostly from a content creation perspective, because for rare drops, for example, in the Elwyn video, I used fast loot for Broodmother's Carapace, and then people were like, "Fake drop, the window didn't pop up." I'm like, well, I don't know, but like it did drop. So I think from a content perspective, it's kind of nice seeing the loot thing pop up, albeit it can be a little bit slower at times. But especially for rare drops, I think it's good to see it like a little pop up. But yeah, we're not out here faking drops, guys. But yeah, we keep them receipts. It still shows in the chat box though. Yeah, that it does. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, definitely, like, skinning farms like this, it would increase the speed. Or, like, when you're doing Sunken Temple skinning, it would increase the speed that you can skin mobs. So those, it can be a very material increase in gold per hour. Yeah. This where you could use rarity and add custom items, perhaps. Probably could set it up. I try to take like a very, as much as I can, a minimalistic approach to add-ons. I definitely could be running more that have like pretty helpful features, but for most things I try to take the simplest approach and reduce the amount of moving parts. So we're over 1,000 gold in medium leather, which is not bad. It does look like we're gonna have to vendor before the run is up here, so I'll probably pause the time to do that when we have to vendor. It's actually a crazy amount of kills per hour, though. Total kills on the Dragon Maw Whelp Stealers, 1,500. Total kills on the Slave Hunters, 870. So you do kill more of the orcs than the whelp people. Am I gonna do Sky Shard with Goldie? Like when we get to Mop, will I farm Alani? Yeah, I think I could do it solo. I don't do any group farms on Goldie, so I'll have to farm it the slower solo way. That's totally okay though. I will when we get to that Veil of Eternal Blossoms. I definitely will do some Sky Shard farming. Come on, Battle Pet drop. We got this. Don't know if they drop in retail, but the Dial Ren's Swords would be a nice addition to the classic zone vibe. I don't know if they drop either. We'll keep an eye out. Alright, one more bag slot, and then we gotta pause timer and vendor. Like sell trash, probably. They don't drop in retail anymore? Okay. Alright, that's bags full. Let me just pause for a second. Oh, I don't need transmog. I need vendor. So sell junk. And then some of these I'm just going to sell if they're not going to be like super valuable transmog pieces that I want to list. If I want to list them, I'll list them. But if I don't necessarily want to list them, I'll just vendor. Depending on the price of the item. Save some bag space. I will keep track of the vendor price though, like how much of gold I made from vendoring, just for the raw gold per hour. That's probably good. So that was 300 gold from vendoring right there. Oh my gosh. This might be our best raw gold farm so far. From looting so far, let me, restart the timer. Looting so far, we're at 100 gold, and we got 320 gold from vendoring. Jeez. What was the schematic? I think that was large Sephorium charge schematic. But yeah, with the level scaling, a lot of these do vendor for a good amount of gold. Like 8 to 20 gold sometimes. Very good, very good. We take that gold. Someone was asking, when did the whelp start dropping from these guys? In Classic, there's the flame snorting whelps. We don't have those anymore in retail. So the Crimson Whelpling is now a zone-wide drop across all of Wetlands. So everything we kill in Wetlands could drop it. It's just like a 1 in 10,000 chance. This is just the best spot where you can get the most kills per hour because it's a nice hype respawn setup. A solo hype respawn setup to boot. You ask what's a farm that killed my soul, thinking about doing it again? I don't know if there's any farms that really killed my soul. If there was one farm I wouldn't want to do again, I don't know. Let me think. I feel like most farms I kind of like doing. Oh, I can go. Oh, that guy's killing up there. I won't skin his loot. The engineering cave. I feel like that would have only killed my soul if I had farmed it for hours and hours. I didn't do it for that long, so it's kind of just funny. Maybe I don't think there's a farm that killed my soul. I've kind of liked all the farms I do. You can skip it. I think, oh, he's like, he doesn't have skinning anyway. He must be watching stream. I won't do it during this hour because I'm trying to test the gold per hour just here, but I might have to come by and skin his stuff later. Get that easy skins. But for now, I definitely want to get a good, consistent raw gold per hour number for this farm. You made 3.5 million in 2 months with Hardened Springs, Dreams Leaf, and Storm Silver Ore. Yeah, I don't think there's like a lot of these farms, if I don't like the farm, I kind of just do it for an hour and it's kind of fun, and then I move on to the next. This farm's great though. I mean, you could say copper ore, but honestly, I'd be fine to go farm copper ore all day right now. So, it's all good. PvP farms are the worst if you don't like PvPing. I haven't done any PvP farms on Goldie yet. I did do a bit, like as far as PvP farms, there's always or sometimes some things where you can buy recipes or trade goods with honor from current content vendors. I used to do some of those farms, but that was when I was really into PvP, and I just had to do something with the extra honor. So it was less of a PvP farm and more of just like, what do I do with my honor cap? And I just made a couple, like 100,000 gold probably from it. I haven't done that in a while though. What's my favorite ore farm? I have 3 that are like very close to my heart. 1, thorium ore. 2, serenite ore. And then 3rd, whatever is current content. Deep Hole is good, but I wouldn't put it in my top 3. I do like Deep Hole though for farming ore. But I assume across all of the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, my favorite ore farm is probably going to be Zul'Gurub Crater. We haven't gotten there yet though. Not quite yet. Because Zul'Gurub Crater is thorium with arcane crystals and it's a circle. But yeah. Deep Hole, Zul'Gurub Crater, Sholzar Basin. All circular zones, all 10 out of 10 farming zones for ore. Yes. Sometimes they do actually disorient me. Hillman's belt pattern. Oh, that's nice. That's a good little recipe there. Serenite ore just hits different. True. Certain expansions ores definitely have a nostalgic vibe. Don't have a soft spot for copper ore. I don't mind copper ore farming, but it's not my top 3 favorite ores. If it was worth more, like refulgent copper ore, you know, that's pretty darn good. Rank 2 refulgent copper ore, excellent. It's probably down in price now, but yeah, no, I like those ores for sure. To you, Corium ore gets you when you farm it. Little Burning Crusade rare ores, yeah. That one's worth a lot of gold, so it's nice. Corium and titanium, quite good. I really like Trillium ore too, it's just not worth much anymore. And Golden Lotuses. I remember farming those back in MOP. And it'd be so hyped whenever I got them, but nowadays they're just like worth the same or less than some other ores. Alright, we're at 995 kills on the Whelp Stealers. Let's see if we can't get it on the 1000th kill. 998. 999. All right, next whelp stealer or slave hunter. All right, that was 1,000. No drops. Oh, well. Dum-dum-dum. Storm silver ore is nice. Where is storm silver ore from? Storm silver ore. Because that's not the current content ore. The current content is brilliant silver ore, right? BFA. Ah. I don't think I did too much mining in BFA, actually. Do I have a favorite and least favorite zone so far? I don't really have a least favorite. I mean, Dunmoreau was a little tough, but I like certain things with all the zones for sure. Little epic upgrade on the smoldering pants. Very, very nice to see. Favorite zone? I don't really have a favorite either. I like certain zones for certain things. You know? I really, really had fun in Darkmoon Fair. That was a fun one. I also really enjoyed Blasted Lands. That was a fun zone for sure. Elwyn also, you know, a very fun zone with the start of the challenge. Oh, that's true. Being able to unlock mountain mining is just so massive. It's very relaxing, like comparing mining on Goldie versus mining on like Traveler when we were doing that one as a druid with flight form and midnight mounted while mining. It's really, really nice. Traveler is a bit tough though because we had to avoid mobs and not fight, but yeah, mounted while mining. Once we do unlock that eventually, we will get to a point on this challenge where we have, well, first off, Sky Golem. And second off, when we get to War Within and Midnight, we can unlock mining while mounted. So we will get there eventually. Just gotta take it day by day, you know? Zone by zone, and before you know it, bang bang boom, we're in Midnight, you know? Maybe like 2-3 months. Just kidding. Maybe a couple more months than 2 or 3, but we'll get there, guys. Rest assured. Looks like wetlands. Looks like wetlands, sounds like wetlands, feels like wetlands. So far, no whelp, though. No tiny crimson whelp. We have gotten the other one. How many kills? Only 235 kills on those guys, and we got the dark whelp. Uh-oh, you keep seeing conga lines of druids farming midnight. I wonder, they might be multi-boxing? Probably multi-boxing farms? We threw on like follow and then all mining the same node. Is multi-block still allowed? I think it's technically allowed, yeah. As long as you're... I feel like you can, there's like a certain way you multi-box where you have to be giving independent inputs for each account. Like you'd have to have keybinds for all the accounts or something. I've never gotten really into multi-boxing, but I think you still technically can do it. You just got to follow the rules. At the end of the day, you're paying for multiple WoW accounts, so Blizzard probably isn't too upset about multi-boxing. I remember watching multi-boxing when people were doing like when 5v5 arenas were a thing, and people would go in with like 5 marksman hunters and just be in with a kind of stealth, and then aimed shot one person and one-shot them. Multi-boxing is allowed as long as you're not using third-party apps to control every box with one output. So yeah, so one keybind can't control 5 accounts. Okay, that's kind of what I thought, yeah. So you'd have to have like different keybinds for every account. So if you were following and you dropped on a node, you would just like press the gather key like 5 times. Doesn't seem too hard. And yeah. I feel like multi-boxing fishing would probably be pretty good, because you would just be like listening for the sound and you would just press it. How many smoldering robes are we gonna get? I think we're definitely gonna just vendor some of those smoldering robes. We're not gonna sell off 10 while we're here. $1,500+ items looted. Yep. How much leather? I have the leather farmed tracked up there in the farming bar. So that's the current status of the leather. We'll add it all up at the end of this hour. See how much gold per hour from trade goods we got between leather and cloth. And also just like raw gold. What level are we in hardcore? Level 22. It's been a good run so far, guys, on hardcore. It's been a really good run so far. Gotta stay safe, stay humble. You know, pull one mob at a time when possible. Maybe stay out of caves if we can't help it. Alright, about 1.5 more minutes on this farm and we'll see what we're gonna get. At least 500 gold from light leather, and then at least 1,500 gold from medium leather. So we're probably over 2,000 gold per hour on leather alone. Not bad. Does Wetlands technically open up Twilight Highlands? It does. Actually, this path that we're on, that leads, like right there is Twilight Highlands. So it does put Twilight Highlands on the zone spin. Wetlands actually unlocks quite a few zones. It unlocks Arathi Highlands, Twilight Highlands, and Dustwallow Marsh across the pond. So yeah, it opens up a lot for the zone spins, to be fair. Well, it looks like unless we get lucky... Unless we get lucky here, there's going to be no whelp from this first little farm today, guys. Last loot right here. No whelp. Let me just skin these guys up, and we'll get out of here. All right, let me get to the side here so I can add everything up. Oh yeah, we also got linen cloth. I'll shadow meld, get out the /calc, because I'm going to add up the trade good value. So trade goods, let's put them all in one bag here. Sort things out a little bit. Man, look at all those smoldering robes. That's actually crazy. Okay, so medium leather. Wow. Medium leather alone, we got 385. Let me get this all together here. And silk. Okay, so 2,121 gold just from medium leather. And then about, let's say an average sale price of 140. 750 gold from light leather. 26 gold from linen cloth, nothing crazy. 43 gold from that one. 10 gold from that. We also got 137 raw gold. And when we vendored halfway through, we got over 300 gold. Now I got to vendor off some stuff here as well, because I'm not selling all this stuff. So I'll vendor off the rest of the greens that we're not actually going to sell in transmog, because the greens that we vendor are going to count as raw gold. Because you get a lot of greens and stuff here, and not everything I do need to sell. Some of the faster selling ones though, like with the high sale rates, I probably will try to get the sales on, but the rest, quick sales here, just to the vendor. Ivy cloth, soldiers. Okay. And that was another 212 gold. So the actual, like, raw, consistent gold there, pretty good. 3,619 gold per hour from vendoring, raw gold, cloth, and leather. So that's just, like, really fast gold. Plus, I mean, today we got some good value from transmog. 10,000 total gold in value from transmog. The biggest pieces we definitely got was the Buccaneers vest to the quick blade. Looks pretty good. Oh yeah, 29 hide, actually. Okay, so it's actually, you got to add that in too, because we got the hide. Did we get anything else? We also got these hides. So yeah, there's even more leather. So 213 plus 116. So 340. So it's over 4,000 gold. Over 4,000 gold then, if you include the hides. Yeah. Raw. Not to mention every single loot you're rolling on the whelp, and on things like the Buccaneers vest. This is probably the best transmog piece, consistent seller that we can get from there. We also get like a ton of the smoldering set, which it doesn't have the best average sale price. I wonder why. Don't have to wonder too long. It's because of this farm. And then, yeah, like Buccaneers boots. This is all like good stuff to sell over time. We also got the Firebane cloak. Kind of cool looking cloak, so it's gonna be pretty hit and miss. Honestly though, yeah, that set goes hard, yo. With the Buccaneers chest, we do look like we're off of a romance cover right now. Mount up onto our Swift Palomino and ride off into the sunset with you right there. Yeah, these can sell pretty quick for sure. So we'll list pretty aggressively at like 20k. And hopefully get some good sales on that, at that value. Our total kills on the slave hunters is 1,100, and on the orcs, where are we at? $1,800. So we're just under 3,000 kills on these guys. Crazy. Got another fellow traveler out here farming. Good luck with the drops out there. I wish you the best. We got a few more things to farm now. Let me switch specs to outlaw. Make sure we're tracking treasure. Okay. I want to go see if I can find a Razor Maw hatchling again up in Raptor Ridge. I guess we can skin these guys too, right? Little medium leather never hurt. And the spawn. Oh, the egg is up. Got it. Very good. No rare spawn, but we got the egg, so we'll take it. Hopefully the back of this cave isn't Twilight Highlands somehow. It's safe, luckily. Yeah. I didn't really check it beforehand, but we are safe in here, thankfully. On top of the cave, though, not very safe. Not very safe at all. So I already have 3 of these on the auction house, 3 smoldering robes, and we're gonna get so many of them. They vendor for 42 silver. Disenchant is 8 gold, but no, it says vendor sell price is 29 gold. Let me see how much it actually vendors for, because I'm probably just gonna vendor these off. So we're at 314. Yeah, it's not much gold actually, but I don't have disenchanting right now, and we're not going to get it right now. Quick little check on the token price is 268,000 gold. It's up. It's kind of like rebounded a little bit, not as high as it was before. And let's list this stuff up. I'm going to sell for 150 probably, not the 1 gold. There's only 20 light leathers posted for the 1 gold, so I'm going to skip that one and sell for 150 instead. Looks like medium leather is like pretty valuable right now, so we got 2.3k of like trade goods from that. Some moss agates. Guys, I just got to call them moss agates. That's all I see when I read that word, mossagate. It's a gate. A gate. How is that not a gate? So, it's a mossagate. Sorry. Okay, a little bit of linen cloth. Mossy gates. Precisely. Okay. Ooh, black pearls are pretty expensive right now. Sweet. There's got to be a mod that defines borders. Honestly, there should be. I haven't really looked for one. It's kind of hard, though. Because, like, no one else would really care. So there might not be a mod. Because most other players wouldn't really care if this little area here is technically Arathi Highlands. You know what I mean? So it would be a lot of work to go through the whole zone and kind of, like, map that out. I don't know if anyone else has ever cared that much about it to do it. Alright, I know what farm I want to do next, though. I know precisely what farm I want to do next. Oh, yeah, we forgot to do the endeavors. Let's go do that real quick. Good call, good call. Let me just teleport home. Let's go set the new endeavor. Yeah. I totally forgot yesterday. Is there a choice this time, or is it just only one option I haven't seen? That's Goldie's house, by the way. Little humble abode. We got our griffin resting up. We got our little well, our duskwood table, and the stormwind stool. Little picnic area. Yeah, we'll go set the endeavor. Where am I going? Here we go. Oh, wait. What endeavors? Okay, wait. Yeah, so which ones have we done? I don't think we've had Blood Elf yet. I feel like we've had the moderate mechanization, right? We've had the mechanomes. What about the void guys? Which ones have we not done? I can't remember. I wish it would show you which ones you've done. We've only done the mech of these three. Let me just do a quick... You think we did the first two? Did we do the Blood Elves? How can I tell? How can I tell? Because the last one, when Midnight came out, there was no choice. I forget which one that was, though. We did the first two. Blood Elf was at the start of the X-Pack? Okay. So I think then we should just do Consortium. If we've done both these ones. Because I remember doing Mech, and I think... I vaguely remember doing Blood Elf. I thought there, like, wasn't a choice. Say hello to the floof for you? I will. When Boo comes in, I'll say hello. Alright, let's do Consortium then. So now it should be... Yep. We're locked and loaded, guys. Perfect. Return to previous location. Blood Elves was forced, the first one at midnight. Yeah, okay. Sweet. So, yeah, we only had one choice. These aren't the guys I want to farm right now, but I'll take a couple kills real quick. Hey, good morning. What's going on? Just out here farming in the new zone. That's pretty much it. Okay, let's go over here though. I want to do the mineral guys. I'm very curious about those ones. The elementals that we can like farm and mine, because they had some good materials, so. These guys. Paleolithic elementals. They can also drop the welpling. Let me update my macro here. It's possible that they don't hyperspawn. But we'll see. Time to get the WoW head out on now. I couldn't find it on Curse Forge, so if I have to actually add it to the game files myself, I'm probably just going to do that off stream. I swear I had it on Curse Forge before, though. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back though. I gotta use the washroom and then we'll farm this one here. Loot appraiser is a go. So loot and mine. I'll get a Darkman Firewater going for this one too. As we go, I am going to put the things we get on the farming bar. So we got loot. We got tin ore. We also got some iron ore. There's a couple different trade goods that we'll get from these guys. Iron ore again. A lot of trash too. So we'll definitely track the trash we sell. Whoa. Scouting pauldrons. We've sold those. We've sold those for 1.7k before. Nice little grab, actually. I'll avoid killing the raptors for a little bit. I just want to see if these elementals hyperspawn themselves. Yeah, we got Core of Earth as well. Elemental Earth. Where did those go? Okay. They might not hyperspawn. Or it's possible they're on a hyperspawn that's tied to the other guys. That's too bad. If they don't hyperspawn, it's not a very good farm, now is it? Let's see if we can kill some of these raptors to get the guys spawning. The raptors don't seem to have much loot. They can probably still drop the whelp, though. Oh no. I feel like a lot of these areas, it's just kind of like the default assumed that they might hyperspawn. This does not seem like a hyperspawn, I must say. Nope, nope, nope. Resident, you're back. Had to pay the auto repair guy 2k? Oh no. He wouldn't accept WoW Gold? I'm sorry. Maybe if it was BattleNet currency, he would accept it. Unfortunately, it is looking like these are not on any kind of a forced spawn. Which is too bad, because they drop a lot of trade goods. But yeah. They are not looking very forced as far as the spawn goes. And the thing is, like, the trade goods are good. But they're not good enough where, like, you would come here just to kill them once. Like, we just got 200 gold. With a lot of that being the bashing pauldrons, like, approximate value. I was hoping this could be like a 2,000 to 3,000 like consistent gold farm, but it doesn't look like it's going to be. Sorreltooth though. Yeah, it's too bad. Too bad, guys. Well, I'll get the ore, I guess. I'll see how long it takes for them to respawn, but there's not really much else to do around here, I don't think. Yeah. There is... Oh, there's more up here. Maybe these guys hyperspawn. Hold that thought, guys. Hold that thought. Maybe these... Here's the theory now. Maybe these guys are on the same spawn. So once we clear them out, the rest will spawn. There's also a chest up here, so we can get the dark iron, or sturdy treasure chest. Holding. Thank you, thank you. Hold. Pause. Thorbia's gauntlets. That's a pretty good little drop. I mean, we can't really count. Oh! That's some reflexes if I've ever seen it myself, guys. Oh my gosh. The grappling hook locked in. Good save. Thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. I've been practicing. Practicing my dance moves. But let's see. If these guys here, if we kill all these guys and the ones downstairs don't respawn, then it's confirmed. No hyperspawn. But that might be a situation where... It might be a situation here where we can actually hyperspawn them. Best parkour you've seen in a while. I do my best. The grappling hook can actually... Oh yeah. There we go. The grappling hook can actually save your life a lot of times. Like in hardcore, that would have nearly saved our lives. For sure. Okay, so the ones down here have now respawned. So it's possible that the whole area is coded for a hyperspawn. As a matter of fact, since they all respawn, it's kind of looking like that might be the case. We'll see. If I finish all these guys down here, and then the ones in the cave have respawned, then it's confirmed. Yes, he clipped that. Let's go. Clipping the quick reflexes. The grappling hook. Because, yeah, like, the iron ore itself is 5 gold, and sometimes you get stuff from the loot as well, so... In theory, it could be like a decent little consistent farm. In theory, that is. Okay. So back down here. Now there's some more up here. Oops. Okay. Now the time of truth. If we fly up and they've respawned, it means it's probably a hyperspawn. Okay. So it actually might be a hyperspawn across the entire area, so let's keep testing and see if we can keep farming. It's a bit of like a longer loop if you have to go up to the top as well. But like initially, like there's definitely some currency coming in here. Yeah, at this point it's really looking like a hyperspawn. The gold per hour is going to be a little bit biased because I have the transmog in there. How much value is the transmog giving me here? 87 gold. 250 gold, so yeah. So it's like 350, and then a little bit from the pauldrons as well, probably. Yeah, 150, so 400, 480. So it's actually about half of that. But still, some consistent gold, it seems. We'll test it for a bit. Yep, definitely some kind of a hyperspawn. If we can get onto a bit of a ratio where we kind of like go from the front to the back, down here, and then fly up, that's probably the most efficient way to do it. Oh, I gotta mine them too. I forgot to mine those ones. It would be kind of cool. These farms that are whether it's engineering or mining or herbalism, when you can kill and then like herb the drop, it's kind of cool. Not to mention, the kills we're getting here, they do contribute towards a chance at the Crimson Welpling. The kills per hour here, I mean, we're on probably 10 minutes into this farm, and we only have like 66 kills, so probably 600 kills per hour. So our chances of getting the tiny Welpling from this farm are probably not too super high. But it's not zero. Every single farm we do here in wetlands could potentially drop the Welpling. And I mean, like, 4 gold for a stack of vendor trash, too. Keep that in mind. I think if we can get it to a situation where we, like, let them respawn and then we run up this hill. Yeah, like, kind of like this. Like, if we kill them from the back there all the way here up to the hill, and then we run up the hill and then jump down and use a grappling hook to jump down, we can probably do a bit more of like a seamless route. It's just kind of working out those logistics here is a bit of the tough part sometimes. Man, you got to give props for all the farming that we do. Trying to get the plans for the Fellsteel Longblade and Outland, and it's brutal. Is that a rare drop, the Fellsteel Longblade? That sounds familiar. Best of luck with your farming, though. But yeah, I kind of just like farming these old zones. Alright, so here's the plan. We're up top. Right? And they should be respawning down at the bottom here. So if I take one jump here. And then one jump here. Oh yeah, look at this. Boom. We're back killing. That's probably the move. If we do it in this circle, it's a little more of an efficient farm. Always got to factor in the vendor trash. It adds up. It sure does, especially as you get to higher and higher level zones. Maybe in Elwyn, the vendor trash isn't super valuable, but we're in wetlands now. It's a bit of a higher level zone, so we'll give it a try. Like, we're actually killing these pretty efficiently, it seems. We're in wetlands, one of your favorite classic zones. I wouldn't say wetlands is one of my favorite zones, but it's definitely a nice zone. I haven't been here in a while. I feel like I definitely use wetlands more so in classic than in retail, which is kind of crazy because there are some really good farms here. Do the lands look wet? They do indeed look pretty wet around here, the lands. Swampy for sure. Just realized that I haven't tried to bake archaeology into the mix. Why? I haven't found an archaeology trainer yet. Is there one in wetlands? I remember we were talking about it before, about where the first archaeology trainer was, but I can't remember what zone it was. It might be Tenaris? I don't know. Maybe Badlands? Badlands might, yeah. I'd have to look. Outside of Stormwind, there's only, I think, one in Eastern Kingdoms for archaeology trainers. We won't have access to the Stormwind trainers until I have all of Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor unlocked, so the Stormwind one we can't use. But I think there is one archaeology trainer out in the world. There's one in Ironforge. Yeah, so I guess outside of major cities, probably just one, right? One or two. Dustwell Marsh might have one. I'm pretty sure there's one on Eastern Kingdoms and one on Kalimdor. I personally haven't done, like, ever any archaeology gold farms, so that would be interesting to try out. I think you can get some rare items, right? So could definitely be an angle for some gold farms. Depending on how good they are, they might end up just being a bit of a meme farm, like some of the lower gold per hour, you know, engineering caves or fishing. You know? Like in the optimized route now. You can kind of see it live here, how we're slowly, you know, getting a little more efficient on these farms. This is definitely the way to farm at this little route here. We don't have to mount up, we just run around in a circle and jump down. We've kind of learned how the spawn works here, and now we're working the spawns the best we can. Most definitely. Alright, so it sounds like Darkshore and Dustwell Marsh are the two ones outside of major cities for Ark. We'll keep that in mind. So only Kalimdor, hey? There's no archaeology trainers on Eastern Kingdoms? Interesting. Dustwell Marsh is on the loot, like the next zone spin, though. We can go there from here. So it could be, we could unlock archaeology literally next spin. Man, if we get archaeology, we'll have to go back and test out the farms. Although, isn't it like with archaeology where you can't necessarily just farm one zone for Ark? It'll like show up on your map on where there are dig sites, and so we would just have to wait for a dig site to show up in an unlocked zone. So yeah, it's almost better to have archaeology later when we have more zones. We'll just have to see if like we randomly get one in like Stranglethorn and one in Elwyn and do those two. Otherwise, if it's up north or elsewhere, we just can't do it. That's kind of fun though. It'll add like something to do for like the dailies. Because we don't really have, aside from some dungeons, which we gotta do Zul'Gurub still. Yeah, it'll be like, we'll do our archaeology dailies once we unlock that. That'll be kind of fun. See what we can get. Yeah, archaeology is one of those skills I never really did that much of, so I'll be learning as we go for sure. This farm started off kind of like, you know, not great, but I really like the loop. It's a really good length loop. Very relaxing. Mining. Let me equip a Darkmoon Firewater, actually. Just for fun. Archaeology is more of a chore, sadly. How so? Just like no good loot, or even if archaeology doesn't give us like massive gold per hour, if it gives us some cosmetic like personal items, that's still pretty fun to work towards. Because yeah, what are the rewards from archaeology? I actually have no idea. Toys? Some toys could be good. Some lore is also good. Mounts? Oh, yo. If there's a mount we can work towards, that'd be like the main thing then. Ideally with archaeology, if it isn't a gold angle, we'll want to pick like one or two things as like a target to work towards that we can kind of track, you know? Similar to Thunder Fury, stuff like that. So that would be a fun little thing to do. It's like a little side quest. A long-term side quest. The fossilized raptor. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to watch, well, not yet. Like, once we get to Duskwellow Marsh, I'm assuming that'll be the zone we unlock archaeology in. Which we could get as our next zone spin, by the way. I'll have to do some more research into archaeology and what unlocks it has. So that's kind of cool. Alright. This is pacing to be a lower gold per hour farm, but it's okay. Keep in mind, every single one of these Paleolithic elementals could drop the Tiny Crimson Welpling. If we put a price tag on the Tiny Crimson Welpling at 20,000 gold, if it on average takes 10,000 kills to get, doing some quick napkin math here, every kill in this zone has an expected value from the whelp of 2 gold, right? Give or take. So our current expected value from killing Paleolithic elementals for that is about 260 gold. Expected value from the pet. That person just leveled up. Look it up in the mount journal, it's pretty sick. I'll have to look up the Arc Pet in a little bit, or the Arc Mount. I want to make sure I'm keeping relatively efficient on this farm for the test. And there's a very high chance if I open my mount journal, I will get sidetracked. I just know how my brain works. I'll probably all of a sudden be 5 minutes later and then start farming again. So I will remind me once we're done the timer. We're 22 minutes into this farm set, so yeah. Vial of the Sands? Yeah, I think Vial of the Sands is alchemy, right? I don't know if it requires any archaeology. I think it's just alchemy. I should get the tier 3 set as the final challenge to say goodbye to vanilla. It costs 2.8 mil gold. Wait, how do you get it? Is the tier 3 like, where do you get the tier 3 set from? I thought it was out of the game. That could be fun. Nax questline? Oh. Oh, okay. They redid it, but it's expensive. Well, before we're done Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, we're realistically going to make about 10 million more gold, so if it's expensive, maybe we could stockpile some, you know? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Technically something like that, what we could do is like load our BattleNet currency, and then if we need to use the gold for something like an unlock like that, buy back gold from BattleNet currency. You know what I mean? We'd lose a little bit, but if the market goes up, like right now, if we converted these to gold or to BattleNet currency and use them later in the expansion, we actually probably profit. Like it probably goes up above what it is right now. Boop. You're doing it right now? Okay. So we'll need to unlock some stuff like Scholomance for that, so. A good late game classic Goldbound thing to do, potentially. Maybe get tier 1 first. I'm working on that one, guys. You can't say I'm not trying to get tier 1, okay? You simply can't say we haven't tried our hardest for tier 1. I don't think I've missed a week on tier 1 since we unlocked Molten Core. Maybe 1 week when I was in Scotland, actually. Although, no. I legit went to internet cafe, like a co-working place in Scotland, and played for like 4 hours farming Molten Core. Did some like dark iron ore mining, and I cleared it. So I haven't missed a single run. So we are working on tier 1. We're working on it. I'm trying my best. Bit of a grind. You got to run the heroic version, get a toy drop, so you're gated by the heroic lockouts. Okay, that does sound like fun though. So, once we get Scholomance unlocked, we'll have to make sure we're kind of targeting that. Keep it in the sights for sure. I'm down. That sounds like fun. I mean, we have the tier 2 set done. We have Bloodfang in the bags, as we say. We're working on tier 1. Hopefully we get it this week. The fact that we don't have tier 1 is kind of crazy. We may as well go for every tier set, guys. There's nothing stopping us from getting every tier set in the game. Well, maybe there is. Maybe some are unavailable. But got to get tier 2.5 as well. Wait, what's tier 2.5? AQ40? Ah, okay, Yep. We'll definitely do that. Once we get Silithus, we'll definitely be doing AQ40 trash runs. Like a lot. A lot of trash runs. That's a good transmog. Remember doing the math and unlocking all of the old Nax gear was 2.8 mil per class? So, when you're unlocking the Nax gear, you say 2.8 mil. Do you have to buy stuff like from a vendor, or do you have to buy stuff from other players for the 2.8 mil? I'm a little confused on that. Is it like a vendor? The recipes are from a vendor BOE and they have like a massive sale price. But you can get them to drop yourself as well. Okay. So you can buy them from a vendor or you can get them to drop yourself and then maybe sell them too? Wow. I did not know about this, guys. This is news to me. We can't do anything about it yet, but in the future. Okay, and you need an item to craft them, and that only comes from a vendor. So you might have to spend a lot of gold to get the recipes from a vendor, or farm the recipes yourself. But regardless, once you get the recipes, whether it's yourself, vendor, or auction house, you have to spend money at the vendor to craft the items. That's why it's costs so much. Okay, I think I understand. Yeah, once that's unlocked, I'll definitely try to get it. Will I roll Gilneas with another crafting alt when I get it? Maybe. Maybe. I haven't really thought about that too much, to be fair. You've unlocked old Nax, haven't farmed it yet? Oh yeah, I bet you it'll have a lot of recipes you can send to crafting alts. Is there any form of Ashbringer you can get and send to crafting alts? Like corrupted Ashbringer or something? Or is that just gone from the game? Monty the Rogue, any nice drops today? Yeah, actually. So far, the best drop we've gotten was the Buccaneers vest. A very, very good drop. Very high sale rate, very high sale average. So that's our best drop of the day, for sure. Ashbringer's gone. Yeah, okay. That's too bad. I do have 2 Ashbringers tattooed on me. On my quad. Even though I'm playing Rogue a lot online, guys, I'm a Paladin main. Most definitely. Paladin through and through. Rogue is fun, though. Look at this. Boom. Honestly, grappling hook is probably my favorite part about Rogue. Fizzy Bubbly 2K, greetings traveler, hope all is well with everyone. What a wholesome chat there, man. All is well here, having a good time checking out the wetlands farms. As far as the day in total, great day so far. A little overcast out there, but had a nice big walk with Stella. You know, our usual morning walk. I walk around with like my cup of coffee, you know, as if I own the land. I don't. I walk out in the woods with my cup of coffee with Stella. Really good way to start the day, you know. Did some editing this morning. And then we started stream. So it's been a really good day. Can't complain. What does my wife think about the Ashbringer tattoos? She quite likes them. I got them when we were dating. I have a version of the Paladin class order hall with like the Ashbringers on the side. But I got it kind of customized in like a fine line method while we were dating, and she liked it a lot, and she actually went to the same tattoo artist to get some of her own tattoos because she really liked the style. Anything is fun after Paladin? Hey now. Hey now. Well, yeah, Paladin's a really fun class to play, especially in Classic. 1 million sub tattoo review. That might be a long time. I think it's like technically out there. I think I think you can kind of see my tattoos like on the Discord in some of my like lifting videos. My one really good friend, he'll be in chat sometimes by the name of LESRDS, Lizards. In-game name Edithundar, you might see him in guild. We got the tattoos together, you know, little asterisks on that. I got mine like a year later. But he got a version of it with the Druid class order hall. Because he's a Druid. Yeah. Any WoW tattoos? Yeah, my only tattoos are WoW tattoos. I have one tattoo on my quad, which is comprised of 3 tattoos. 2 Ashbringers and like the class order hall. I do want to get a Hearthstone tattoo though. That'd be cool. I'm trying to convince Pathwife to get a Hearthstone tattoo. How many subs for me to get a rogue tattoo? YouTube subs or Twitch subs? Different question. It would definitely have to be enough Twitch subs to fund the tattoo. I don't know what kind of rogue tattoo would be good. What's like I guess the Warglaves of Azeroth, is that a rogue tattoo? The game and the item? I want to get like the item, like a Hearthstone tattoo of like the item. Kind of symbolizing home. Maybe Thunder Fury after I get it on Goldie. That's true. WoW token? I don't know if I would do a WoW token. That might be where I draw the line. I don't know. I might do Afraid Not. Somewhere. Get afraid. Get afraid not on my face. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll hold off on that one, perhaps. So this farm, so far, we've gotten 1.4k in item value. A lot of that though is transmog, so we'll have to weed out the trading good value after. Make it look like it's tied around my head. Oh my gosh, you guys. I think it's a good thing that you guys aren't in charge of my tattoos. Hearthstone around, or frayed knot around the face is a pretty aggressive tattoo, I'd say. Yeah, the Hearthstone's cool. Yeah, I guess a lot of people that wouldn't have the Hearthstone in their bags anymore if you just use the toy. Afraid not a tribal arm tattoo. Yeah, good call. Yeah, go keep that in the back pocket for the 40 midlife crisis. Yeah. Yeah. We've already had the late 20s, early 30s midlife crisis of quitting my job and playing World of Warcraft full time. So we got to work on that one first before we go to the 40s. But that's not really a midlife crisis. That's just a midlife peak. You know what I'm saying? Not really a crisis. More of a crisis averted type of situation. It's a goated crisis, yeah. Ooh, a lot of trade goods. We will see. We will see. We'll probably get like 100 gold from trade or from vendoring, but we'll see. Quite the view off there, too. We're quite agile. Was it worth it monetarily so far, or am I still at risk after switching careers? No, I'm pretty good. Like, I had a small amount of savings, like worst case scenario, saved up, and I haven't had to be dipping into savings or anything like that since going full-time content. So I've been able to, like, you know, fund my living and some savings and stuff. So it's been really, really good. So, yeah. So yeah, we're not burning near the end by any means. We got, yeah, a good situation going. Objectively, though, I mean, like, I might have jumped ship to full-time content before, you know, maybe most people would from a financial perspective, but I just felt like I had to, you know. If I didn't try doing it full-time and I didn't work out, I would have regretted it. That was my thought process. I was like, there's the opportunity, and there's two potential regrets. Either you try to still work full-time and then do content on the side, and it fizzles out. That's one regret. Or you go all in, do content, and it doesn't work out. That's a different kind of regret. I would much rather live with that second regret than the first one. So that's how I made my choice. You just got to choose between which potential regrets. Not necessarily. Maybe it would have worked out both ways. We'll never know. Oh. Yeah, it's one too where like the more you do like the video editing and stuff, get a little more efficient and kind of like at it, and then I mean you've probably noticed my stream frequency has gone up, and that is like kind of a little bit more to do with like my bandwidth. Before I wasn't streaming as much because I had to spend a lot more time editing, whereas now I'm streaming a bit more because my editing process is a little more streamlined, and I just have the bandwidth to do so. To me, that's what happened to you. It was 2+ full-time jobs. 2+, like you were working 2 full-time jobs at once? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of time. Yeah. Plus, I haven't said what my career was before, but if I wanted to, I could go back into that career. I would prefer not to, though. Do I still do everything myself, or do I have somebody helping with editing thumbnails or something? I do everything myself. I tried hiring. I was just kind of like wondering how it would work. So like for example, with the hardcore series right now, I've been editing kind of like mini episodes. I tried doing like an editor for like a like a cut down VOD version of like taking the full VOD, cutting it down. I don't know. I just feel like I feel like a good amount of the appeal of my videos is the narrative, like the storytelling. And then I also hired a VOD editor for episode 1, and it still doesn't come back. So, can't be doing that. That is one thing, though, especially with like the stream stuff, editing like VODs, that is down the road, maybe somewhere I would go with, you know, hiring an editor. Whereas like Goldbound and like the script writing and the narrating, I've gotten to a spot where I'm pretty efficient with it, and I don't think it's something I could very easily delegate. The world of male modeling will never be the same without me. Yeah. For the leveling videos, you actually prefer the cut down VOD? I know some people do. The thing is, the VODs are all there, and I've done, you know, cut down versions of the VODs, and they get like 1/20th of the views. So I know some people do prefer the cut down VODs for like the leveling stuff, but I think it's good to have the long VODs there, and then kind of more like the edited storytelling narrative. At least for the algorithm. We'll see. That can always change, right? That can always change down the road. Constantly. That's one thing too. I'm always trying to like learn things, so we'll see. Josh Strife just recently talked about the sort of balance of hiring people on his stream too. I feel like, yeah, you know, with streaming versus YouTube, there is a bit more of like you definitely can hire people to help with YouTube, but with a smaller channel, unless you're kind of like with the way I edit my videos, I don't see how I could delegate it, is the problem. Whereas if it's like stream first and then like stream cut downs, it's a pretty one-to-one, like you can definitely delegate that. What do we have for time here though? 44. 44. Made you start playing hardcore mode? Can't believe you got a Wait, oh, you killed a pal at level 10. Oh, no. Oh. Here we go again. Nini, greetings, traveler. Yeah, we aren't breaking any gold records here, but this is good data to get, you know, for the zone. Good data to get for the zone here on this farm. Initially, it looked like it might be not a hyperspawn, but it looks like it is a hyperspawn. Well, we confirmed it is, but yeah. I mean, it's not great though. We'll see. We'll add it all up when we get to the end for trade good value, because a lot of this value is transmog in the loot appraiser. At least once we get the Dragon Soul, the legendary item for Rogue isn't as much based on other legendaries as based on luck as much. Yeah, I guess later in expansions, legendaries kind of became less luck based. I feel like in my head though, legendaries kind of went into a different category after Wrath of the Lich King and Frostmourne. Or Shadowmourne. Frostmourne? I kind of like that old version of legendaries where there was kind of like one per expansion. You know what I mean? Those ones have a special place, I think, in the Legendary Hall of Fame. That's why I was so... I mean, it was really cool when Firelath became a thing again. That was a really cool legendary, I think. They had a lot of bad luck protection on that. Where you would get increased drop rates the more times you killed it. But I did have Firelath on my Paladin in current content. That was cool. That was fun. Lots of damage. Yeah, they kind of went back to that style before. They went the full other way for a while there, where there were so many legendaries in the game for... What expansion was that? Shadowlands, maybe? No, that was Torghast. Yeah, I don't know. Legion? Right, because did Legion have the artifact weapons and the legendaries? Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, artifact I think was cool, but the legendaries was it ends up kind of just being less of a legendary and just like a different kind of item. Yeah, where you could have two legendaries. Yeah, I think now they kind of have the same idea with legendaries. It's just a not. They're just not called it. They're just crafted items now, and they're not as strong. You know what I mean? Like, you can do your crafted items with your bonuses. That's basically what those old legendaries were. They're just not legendaries anymore. It's not legendary if everyone has them. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. Yeah. The classic legendaries are pretty awesome. There was a few though. There was a few. The one legendary I miss is the druid one that would allow you to be in wisp form. If you like after you killed a certain amount of things, you would just get like perma wisp form and be able to fly around. And so open world farms on druids, you would literally be in flying form, killing and looting. It was the most broken thing ever. I forget what that one's called, but it was like the GOAT for like speed sets, because you just have that legendary and just fly around killing things and looting things. Wonder if standard mining will be better than this farm. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, yeah. It doesn't seem, from an initial perspective, that Wetlands has that many node spawns. There is iron ore, though, so it might be good. In fact, there's iron, copper, and tin here. Whoa. Stella barked and scared me. Stella, you okay? Might have to pause and see what's up if she keeps barking. Might mean someone's at the door. There's silver in wetlands too. One sec, guys. I'm just gonna see what Stella's on about. I might have to go fight off some intruders. Here. It's okay. Alright, Stella got aggroed by something. I don't know what it is, but she has aggro. So we just bring her in here, and hopefully her aggro drops. Yeah. There was no one outside. She just kept barking at the door. Maybe someone was there. But she's gonna hang out with us now. So Stella's in here for the stream, okay? Good girl, Stella. The cats were both asleep on the landing. Like I don't think anyone's knocking at the door, or otherwise the cats would be out and about. You're okay. You can lay down. Yeah. It is raining a little bit, which is good. We've had really dry weather here, so... Maybe there's thunder in the distance. Stella gets really afraid in thunder. So that could be it. What type of a dog is she? She is a mix. She was a rescue when I went to school in Saskatchewan, so she's like a northern Saskatchewan mix. I did get a DNA test on her. My sister bought me like a DNA kit for Christmas one year. And the biggest percentages are Husky, Terrier, Boxer, Shepherd. And it's like Staffy Terrier, like Pitbull. And like also like a small Terrier. But yeah, she's just like a Heinz 57 mix though. She very much looks like a German Shepherd, though. She gets the boxer wiggle big time, though. Like when she's excited, she just like wiggles. So it's amazing. I love it. That should be one active dog. She's pretty active. She's in good shape too. She's pretty fast. We live, I live like right close to, basically like Crown Land. Like, I don't know what it's called in the States, but like, not a national park, but public land use zones. Like where you could like random camp on, I think it's called there, or, yeah. So I live close to a bunch of that, so I can just like walk out and we go off leash and she just runs around. You're gonna say you can definitely see the terrier? Yeah, she's she looks. Yeah, you can see the terrier. She has very boxer-like mannerisms though. She's very pawsy. Very pawsy. Those kind of cool. You can definitely see where a lot of the different things comes from. She curls up like a husky in the snow though, so she has that. It's government land, but isn't for use without a permit. Yeah, because like in Canada, we have a lot of different types of land designations. We'll have provincial parks, national parks. Those are pretty heavily restricted. And then we have different public land use zones, PLUZs. And within those, you have different regulations too. Some are like you can go and hike and camp as long as you're more than 1 kilometer away from a road. No motorized vehicles. Some public land use zones, like Crown Land, you can go on and hunt with tags. You can drive motorized vehicles, like quads. So yeah, I'm around a lot of different public land here. So it's quite nice. One of the reasons why we moved here. Do I live on a? Oh, you're talking to Nini. Yeah. You have 5 pet dogs and 2 livestock guardian dogs. Oh, that's cool. I feel like in another life, Stella would have been a good livestock guardian dogs. You think I'm giving hints on my previous job with all this land regulation info? I mean, kind of, but I know this stuff not from my job, more from camping and using the public lands for different things. Because, yeah, you don't want to illegally camp or illegally drive motorized vehicles. You got 1 pig and he's lazy. Alright, guys, we're nearing the end of this farm. It's not the best farm, not the worst, though. Not the worst. Can we get through the rest of the farm without having a vendor? I don't know if we can. We might actually have to vendor during the farm. Canadian Mountie confirmed. That would be an interesting one. Yeah, some people are like, I don't know what the word is, but they're kind of like basically like groundskeepers for the Canadian wilderness. And they just go out on horseback with like chainsaws and like maintain like the trails and stuff. That would be a pretty cool job. So 107 gold vendor, to keep that in mind. For when we add up all the gold per hour. Park rangers here in the States. Yeah, it'd be something like that. Yeah, yeah. After this farm, I better open the door because I think Boo wants in now. I think Boo is jealous we let Stella in on the stream. Crazy how in the UK you have the right to roam, so you can basically walk anywhere in the UK, including mapped private land. Yeah, there's like a lot of easements or access ways where there's like old public paths that go through private land too, right? That's very cool. We don't have that here. We have a lot of public land though, in certain areas, in like the mountains. If you're in central Alberta, it's all farmland. Like you can't go there. Well, you could go there, but you get charged with trespassing. A likeness, Twitch Prime for 5 months. Greetings, traveler. Sounds like the right to roam might be a Scotland thing. That's cool. I always watch GeoWizard, and he's like going through Wales, like trying to cross in a straight line mission. Maybe he's just trespassing. Those are some cool ones, though. Because I know he has some run-ins with farmers. So, yeah, I don't think he's allowed on those properties, GeoWizard. He just is trespassing. That's even better. That's hilarious. Alright, 1.5 minutes left on this farm session. He 100% is just trespassing. That's awesome. That's hilarious. Most farmers don't care if you're respectful. Yeah, I feel like the concern is, like, if they see you on your land, if they know you're just passing through, they probably don't care, but they think you're probably up to something. You know, maybe, like, tipping over cows or something. Hey, Zardaday. Greetings, traveler with the Twitch Prime. Last couple of elementals here for the kills. We'll add it all up after this. Calculate the cash stack. The GPH, gold per hour. Yeah, I guess as long as you're not really messing with their crops, they probably won't be too upset. Stella? You actually can't be punished for trespassing, only if you don't follow officers' orders, remove yourself. Interesting. Is that in the UK? Because I know in Canada and the US, trespass is an actionable thing, notwithstanding there's no like damages or no losses. So that's interesting. Okay, though, we have 1 hour completed. Let's go ahead and add it all up. Most countries have it like that. Yeah, it might be like a Canadian-US thing. I know US is a little more strict on the trespass. It's state to state as well. Okay, so we have tin, iron, right, and then we also have core of earth, elemental earth, and essence of earth. All right, let's add this all up here. Just the trade goods. The total value of sale average is 2.1k. But that does include some of the transmog we got here. We also got the scouting pauldrons and Thorbia's gauntlets. I think we got about like 600 gold in value from transmog based on average sale prices. So let's just add all this up and see what we got here. I will just add up based on region sale average for these ones. So tin ore, 309 gold of tin ore from these guys. Not bad, actually. 834 gold of iron ore. Okay, this is like 2 gold plus 2. Elemental earth is about 50 gold. It's pretty variable though. And then another 20 gold from these. So total raw gold per hour, plus 107 for the loot, the vendor trash. 1,300 gold per hour. It's not that great. One sec. Sal, come here. Come here. How's it? Boo was asking to come in, so Boo's here now. The floof has arrived, guys. The floof has arrived. So yeah, we got some gold from like the transmog stuff, but basically 1,300 gold, trade good value. We could probably beat that just like gathering out and about, but it's good to know. Good to know. Sorry today, wifey needed Prime again, so obviously only one guy the Prime goes to. You'll appreciate that with the Prime. Let's go. I will have to hear... Oh, it is kind of raining out there. Little break here for Zul'Gurub run, guys. Let's try to get them out real quick. Get down there. Gamba, you guys want a prediction on the drop? It's a pretty low drop rate. 0.7%. Maybe even lower, right? For that one? We could do a prediction if you want. Could do it. Roger that. I'll once I get in there, we'll do one on YouTube and on Twitch. You know, we'll do the YouTube poll and the Twitch prediction. Better wager is the mount or the chest piece first. If we had like long-term predictions or long-term polls, the Night Slayer chest, like over under on how many runs would be amazing. Am I going to farm every dungeon / raid I unlock, or is it only Zul? I will probably farm every one that has a cool drop. So if there is a mount, I'll probably farm all the mounts, yeah. If there's like a cool weapon I want, I'll probably farm it as well. But yeah, so like Zul'Gurub, I definitely want to do for the mounts. If we get Karazhan, we'll start running that for the mounts as well. Okay, let me do a prediction here, though. I'll do 2 minutes. Well, maybe I'll do 5 minutes on it for Twitch. And then for YouTube, let me do it over for you guys. Start a poll. Will the Raptor mount drop today? Question mark. Option 1 is yes. Option 2 is no. Your theory is that the mount doesn't drop unless you have a non-rogue in the group. Could you imagine if that's like... if that actually is how it works, and we just don't know that? It's just like bugged. I mean, at a certain point, it becomes so statistically unlikely that we haven't got it, that it starts to become a little more reasonable that maybe there is some kind of a bug going on, you know what I mean? Also, for this Zul'Gurub run, I currently have skinning, so I may as well skin while we're here. You got it, though? Yeah, so, I mean, there's been people who have gotten it. Timmy, did you get it on a rogue, though, or did you get it on another class? Because like it could be like a weird bug where for some reason it doesn't drop to rogues anymore. That would be like, that would be for sure an oversight bug. But like, have any of you gotten the Night Slayer chest piece on a rogue recently? I did get 2 legendary drops in 32 runs, or 31 runs when we got the legendaries. That is that is lucky as well, yeah. That, however, that is on the scale of luck to unluck. the percentage chance of us getting 2 legendaries within 31 runs is much higher than the chance of not getting the Night Slayer in that same amount of runs. I think. You should take your alt army of rogues into Molten Core to test. I'm sure it does drop. I'm sure we're just getting unlucky, but like, at a certain point, like if we go 100 runs and don't get it, like there's something going on. You know what I mean? At a certain point, it just becomes, like, statistically almost impossible. But never, it's never impossible is the problem. Like, you can never prove it based on that. It's just unlucky. So. Frisky Games, yo, this is Breezy Rocks from YouTube. Greetings, traveler. Because, yeah, it definitely sounds like people have gotten the Night Slayer chest to drop recently. In, like, not too many runs. Is there ever just, like, a Blizzard dev who doesn't like the Tier 1 set and said, we'll just take it off Goldie's drop rate? Now, that would be a conspiracy. Alright, guys, we have 1.5 minutes left on the prediction for whether or not this mount will drop. Keep in mind, it's about a 0.7%, maybe lower drop rate of the Rizashi Armored Raptor. Armored Rizashi Raptor. We've already gotten this mount, the Swift Azulian Panther, from the dungeon, from a different boss. So this is the last mount. 1 minute left on prediction. So far, Twitch is saying, like, big no, but 30,000 still on yes. YouTube is 50-50, or 55-45 yes. We'll see which one's right. We have a lot of people voting yes now on Twitch. We're pulling in 40 seconds, guys. Let's go. Ink drop. Guys, we got this. I do believe. YouTube has no skin in the game. It's true. Twitch, there's a lot of yeses for how much skin is in the game on Twitch. Afraid nots. Alright, I think it's 9 seconds. We can kill, and then I'll do my loot thing. Alright, we'll do a quick recuperate. Now let's see what happens, guys. Yes or no? Well, it's a no drop today, guys. Will the Raptor mounts drop today? No. End poll. Darn it. Close one, guys. Almost. It seemed like it was almost there. Definitely almost there. Let's go finish off this run, though. There's a couple more things I want to skin while we're here. May as well. Rigged. I mean, it technically is rigged. But it's rigged in a way that everyone knows that the drop rate is 0.7%. So the drop rate is rigged. Yes. This is true. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. I don't know how many kills we've gotten. I think we're over 20 now on Zul'Gurub runs. Definitely over 20. Stella's got a little... She's a little freaked out today. I wonder if someone came to the door and then, like, I never answered. It's possible. Maybe. We'll run straight through. We have 16 hours in Zul'Gurub, by the way. Do we actually know the official drop rate of any item in WoW? I guess it's all just based off data sets. So it's always an assumption, right? there is a large amount of data on these drop rates, though, because it's like over hundreds of thousands of kills. But yeah, I think it is an assumption based off the data set of people that have had the Wowhead Looter add-on, which we are not one right now. We got to get that updated. So yeah, it's never like 100% accurate. The more drops, though, the more kills, the more and more you get to like accurate. You think there's someone doing a straight line mission across my property? Let me tell you, if someone's doing a straight line mission around my house, they better bring some mountaineering gear. I'll tell you that much for free. Be tough. Because you got to think, the Wowhead data is probably like a single-digit percentage of players that upload data. Yeah, I think so. The drop rate percentages from Wowhead will be more accurate for some mobs, particularly the ones that have more kills on. But like for example, if we look at the armored Rizashi raptor per se, how many kills are tracked on Wowhead? So yeah, it's 2,116 out of 308,000 kills. So there's probably been more than 3 million kills in all of WoW. So it's a small percentage that are tracked, but I feel like with that sample size, you can have a pretty accurate drop rate within like a certain degree of confidence, I suppose. I'll just go kill, I guess, these Rizashis and then the Hive boss as well, and then we'll be back to not Lockmadan, to Wetlands. Sell junk, save some space. It's only available for download via Wowhead. So I must have downloaded it directly from Wowhead before. For some reason I thought I hadn't. Just weird. I thought I got on Curse. Maybe I must have just downloaded it directly. Where did we get the Grizzly Hills Packmaster? That was a vendor mount we bought with some of the WoW tokens. So it's our mobile repair and vendor. Alright, we'll loot up this, and then I think we just hearth right out of here. Sweet. Do I think I'll ever collab with any other WoW creators? Yeah, probably eventually, yeah. Probably, to some extent. Probably at some point. Alright, we can actually do a bit of bag maintenance here as well. Clear up some of the stuff we're not going to sell on the AH. Even do a bank drop, too. We could definitely do a bank drop for some of the more valuable pieces here. Did one of the Crimson Whelplings end up dropping? No, not yet. We'll get one though, I believe. That'll be one I'll probably AFK farm a little bit off stream, or a fair amount off stream as well. So we'll see. We'll see what we can get from there. Oh yeah, back in the day, you just had to like directly download all of your add-ons and manage them yourself. I do remember that. New appearance, by the way. Sweet. Okay. Bank run, also pretty quick little auction house run too. Sell the tin. Oh, tin is up a little bit. That's good. Iron is also up a little bit. Sweet. So that farm was a little bit better than we thought. I'll take that. Mm-hmm. Things are looking good for the gold per hour. Am I hopping off now? Nope. I'm gonna be on for a little bit more. We'll head back to wetlands shortly here. Just trying to clear up the bags a bit. And to clear them up, I will drop a couple items in the bank. I just want to have a clear set of bags. Because things do fill up pretty quickly out in wetlands. There's a lot of drops. And I want to get these onto my other character to sell on the auction house. Doo-doo-doo. Alright, so this one here is all the items that I got from wetlands that I want to sell on my transmog character. Quite a bit of stuff already. The Rizashi, the Razor Maw hatchling, sorry, not the Rizashi hatchling, the Razor Maw hatchling. That's a good one. And back to wetlands we go. It's quite a hike now to get back to wetlands, though. Jeez. Hey, Boo. Hey, Stell. I wonder when there's going to be an auction house. A bank mount. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we have a lot of the quality of life things like mailbox, repair, transmog, vendor, auction house on mounts. I could definitely see the next, well, the next Brutosaur potentially having something like a bank. That would be crazy. I mean, you know? Yeah. A bank would be good. A bank, warband bank, and guild bank mount would go pretty crazy. It could be some kind of like tundra something. Bank one side, black market the other. Ooh. Yeah, like a pack mule that you used, like a caravanning pack mule or something. But yeah, these are all good things that, you know, would be good. Set Hearth to Dunmoreau. I quite like having an Elwyn though. Especially for getting down to like Blackrock Mountain and all that stuff. I don't use it too often, but I feel like Elwyn is Goldie's home. Alright, so these guys do have some, well, they have the Crimson Whelplings. They also have a couple, yeah, Sort Swords on their loot tables. So I'll spend a couple minutes trying to get the kills on these guys here. Drops like this, though, it's a very high probability that they are going to be anti-hyperspawn mechanics. So I'll farm them for a bit, But if we don't get the drop right away, we'll switch off of it. Maybe kind of go back and forth between two different mobs. I mean, all of them do have a chance to drop the whelp too, of course. Let me just change my macro to Dragon Maw. Some of the mobs don't hyperspawn here. Okay, so yeah, if these are ones that don't hyperspawn, I'll want to make sure I go kind of back and forth between them and maybe another one that doesn't, kind of like how we were doing the ogres before. So I'll try to kill this pack here and see what happens. Silk Cloth. It is the Centurions that have the Dragon Maw short sword. Bit of a tongue twister there. Yeah, they can all drop the whelp. Little iron deposit, don't mind if I do. Thank you very much, TYVM. Should make the macro target enemy. Does target enemy just target like anything like right beside, like right in front of you? I've never known that. Is target enemy basically just like tab target for like a macro? Yes, but I can target behind as well. I could try it out for a couple farms. Most farms, I don't really care if I end up shooting things that are like nearby. Even if they're not the mobs I'm farming. Usually it's just kind of like fine to kill them by accident. So that could actually be a little benefit to the farm. Next time we change it up, I might try that out. A little target enemy action. Buccaneer's Orb, nothing crazy there. Yeah, it is too bad that rogues don't have a good long-range cast that can be that can like target someone behind you. Kind of like how Moonfire is like an AoE. Not AoE, but like you can Moonfire someone 40 yards behind you even if you're not facing them. Whereas Pistol Shot, you do have to face the mob you're trying to shoot. A lot of cloth in this area. We use slash target enemy and then slash cast Moonfire in the same macro. Yeah, that might be an upgrade to the boar macro, to be fair. That way we can kind of, especially if we're going between like multiple farms, different like areas to farm different items. A macro that just targets close to us could be pretty good. Ooh, rare spawn. Garneg Charksul. Shimmering leg plates. Cool, cool. Got him. There used to be a command to face target, like it would turn you? That seems like it could be a little too close to being able to like bot, you know what I mean? I could see them taking that out for sure. That's crazy, actually. Yeah. That would have been really good. Remember when we were farming Duskwood in the crypts? Farming the Essence of Undeath. That would have been really, really, really good. If we could just like use one macro and just like turn around to hit the mob too. Also, I think you might be right. I don't know if these all hyperspawn. Similar rationale as to Loch Madan, but it's honestly not the worst for us if mobs that drop transmog don't hyperspawn. Stella? Hey. You're okay. Come here. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting a little thunder out there, guys. Stella doesn't like thunder too much. Come under here. You can come under the table and hang out there. You know? You want to stay out here? Okay. Stella's a little bit scared, guys. We've got to give her a little reassurance here. Did you want to come up? There we go. You can just hang out here. That's okay. Go back down. Okay, that's good. That's good too. But yeah, we were saying like if the mobs don't hyperspawn but they do drop loot, it's kind of good for us. We can't farm it as easily, but no one else can either. These ones might be on a hyperspawn though, just like a bigger area, because there's some over here too. Kind of like the rock elementals, so the proverbial jury is still out on that one. It's a quest item, quest mob there. Stella's ears go back, just like your pups does. Yeah, Stella has the, I call them house elf ears. Like, you know, Harry Potter, how house elves have their little ears that do that? Stella's ears oftentimes look like that, if she's a bit worried. It's pretty cute. Are we still in wetlands? Don't recognize this part? We are, just kind of up on this Angerfang encampment up here. I don't know if this is from, Classic, or if it was added in Wrath, or in Cataclysm. Because, yeah, I don't think this is very Classic coded, the Angerfang encampment. Maybe it was here in Classic? Can't remember. It was? It's there on TBC. Okay. Yeah, I don't really remember questing here. Maybe, like, a very small amount? I don't know. Perhaps we'll come up through here on Path of Lyrics. Kill Nekresh? Who's Nekresh? Is that the rare? Or is that the quest mob that we killed? Oh, that's a classic. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe we'll end up coming here on our hardcore character. Potentially. If quests come up here. So, the more we farm here, it does kind of seem like maybe they do hyperspawn. It's just like a bigger area. It's an elite quest in Classic. I was probably too scared to do it if it's an elite quest. That's probably what it was. It would be nice to get the Dragon Maw short sword, though. Like I said, though, we very well may be running into anti-hyperspawn mechanics, so I'll stay here for a little bit and maybe go around and do some other farms, too. How much is the sword worth? Well, let me look it up. I'll see if I can see it on, Oh, it's not on here. So, let me look it up on TSM on my second monitor. Trade Skill Master. Dragon Maw. Short Sword. 48,000 gold. Market value. Region sale average fluctuates. Region sale average is 95 gold, so not an A tier, but like with a good market value, it's pretty reasonable that you might actually be able to get some decent sales on it. I think it's definitely worth the list one for a couple thousand gold. But yeah, market value says 50k, so that's kind of usually what you'll see them sitting around, probably. Not to mention, as is the same with every farm, could get the tiny Crimson Welpling. Potentially. Potentially. That's a bank? No, no, no. On the Brutosaur, it doesn't work as a bank. It's just like a cosmetic, like I can't click on it. There's just the mailbox and then the vendor. That's just like a cosmetic chest. I freaking wish it was a bank. Paid enough BattleNet currency for it to be a bank in my opinion, but no. Just cosmetic. But yeah. I'll kill a few more of these, and then I will do maybe a little more on the Crimson Welpling farm. I would love to get a Crimson Welpling early on in wetlands, because the earlier on we get kind of those classic zone drops, the more likely it is we sell it while we're in the zone. Right? If we end up getting the Welpling really close to the end of the zone, we might not sell it while we're in the zone. So, I'm hoping... Oh, bandit shoulders. We have sold one of those for 500 gold, so that's a good little piece, little white item. But yeah, so that's why I do want to try to get the Welpling earlier on in the zone than later. We'll try out here for a bit, though. Yeah, guys, I think Blizzard knows if they put a bank mount in the shop, it's probably going to sell pretty well. Maybe, though, you know, this version of the Brutosaur was the first version of the Brutosaur to have a mailbox on it. The mailbox is actually massive. Aside from maybe some... Was there any way to get, like, mailbox out and about? I don't know. I guess there was, like, the portable one. Portable mailbox. Is that an engineering thing, or is that a goblin thing? Couple toys, engineering, yeah. I mean, for Goldie, it was a really good time for the mailbox to come because we just bought it with WoW Gold. On Gold, they don't have access to, I don't think, to any mailbox toys. Engineering and Argent Squire could drop it too, or could have... Oh wow, that sounds like there's a lot. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. I thought there wasn't too many mailboxes, but there sounds like there's like a lot of ways to access the mail. Argent Squire sounds like Wrath. Ooh. Cool. Forester's Axe of the Aurora. Not a crazy drop, but 27 gold vendor. So. Dalaran has lost mail? What's lost mail? That's cool. Yeah, the only thing on Goldie now we're missing is bank. So hopefully, maybe, you know, in 8, 9, 10 months, we'll get that. Yo, Hockey, I appreciate the super chat. Over on YouTube. Unlocking a new zone is easy. Just get another Stealth Blade. You know what? We could just go do Sunken Temple runs until we get a Stealth Blade. And then sell that bad boy. We have a couple other older, not as good as Stealth Blade, but like older Sunken Temple transmog. We haven't sold those yet, so we could technically sell some of that stuff. Is it lagging? I don't know if I think we're good on my end. The upload seems to be no dropped frames. You farm gold to buy collectibles. I mean, if you want to get a higher percentage of collection, you gotta farm gold. Like, you need the gold. Yeah. I mean, you can farm the collectibles yourself, but some of them... Yeah. The best way to get it is to open up the pocket. The pocket. What's the word? What's the word? Pocketbook? Yeah, pocketbook. Looks like the wetlands is one of the zones that changed the least during Kata. Yeah, I think the biggest difference is the big Night Elf area and then the flooded Manethil Harbor. But, like, Manethil Harbor, even though it's flooded, is still relatively similar, right? Yeah, the Night Elf zone definitely threw me for a loop. I did not remember that place from before. Alright guys, I'm a little concerned that these are subject to the anti-hyperspawn mechanics, so for a few minutes, let's just go to our tried and true Crimson Welpling farm, try to reset the loot tables, and then I'll come back here to try to farm those. Unless someone's farming these already. Nope, we look good. Try our luck on some more battle pets, guys. Oh. You just can't beat it, can ya? What would be a good outland farm you could run on a steady loop? A good outland farm you could run on a steady loop. I might not be the best person to ask about outland farms. I've only done a couple select ones, like during Traveler's leveling. So I don't know for sure what would be the best. Any ideas in chat for good outland farms to run on a loop? I think the highest gold per hour that I got was in Nagrand with mining and herbalism. It's also pretty good doing Fell Iron though in Hellfire, I think. Cobra Scales, Neon says. So maybe Cobra Scales could be good. Fell Iron and Corium are decent. Outland is mostly dungeons for good return. Blade of Wizardry farming. These are some good options if you want to do outland farms, it sounds like. What I will say is don't necessarily don't just dual gather then. It sounds like there's a lot of other aspects there. Basilisk guys, and you can do lumber and ore at the same time. That could be good then, yeah, a little basilisk guy action. Oftentimes different expansions will have different angles. There's a lot of recolors of transmogs in Burning Crusade, like in Outland. I think a lot of them are BOE though, or BOP, sorry, not BOE. So you can't necessarily sell them. You can fish that one lobster pet in Terror Car. Very good pet battle pet. Is that the one you need from for the salty achievement? Or the old crawdad or something like that? Could be one worthwhile looking into. The gold comes to us. It sure does. This is the cream of the crop for solo hyperspawn farms. Ah, Mr. Pinchy. That's the pet. Yeah, yeah, that's the pet in Outland, Mr. Pinchy. Yeah, we're multiple thousand kills in on these guys. Still no tiny crimson welpling, but any second could drop. Hopefully. Either way, it's a good one to mix up to do in between the other farm, since we want to reset the loot tables. Out of caution, of course. Yeah, like every like 15 seconds, it's like 5, maybe even closer, maybe even fewer the seconds than 15, but it's like 5 new mobs that come in. Alright. I'll go back to the other guys. This should have been a long enough little break to reset the loot tables, if that is a bug. I really want to get that weapon, so give it another try out here. And we'll see if that does the trick. We're 52 kills in on the guys that drop it, so not on drop rate, but we're getting up there. Getting up there slow and steady. Oh my, I just saw an arcane crystal potentially sell. Very good. We'll see. It's seeming like wetlands. There's definitely a couple meta farms. I think there's going to be a lot of kind of mid to low tier, like 1 to 3k farms. Realistically, a farm for Goldbound that I would do multiple hours of to try to move the needle. Once we're over 4,000 gold per hour, that's like a pretty darn good farm. If we have a couple of those that are over 4k per hour, it's like really good. For example, when we were in Blasted Lands, there was a lot of farms there over 5k. Like we had the clams, we had the battle pets, we had mining, we had all like the rares. So over 4k per hour, I'm kind of happy to farm it, you know what I mean? Over here on the elementals, didn't quite meet that standard, so we don't want to necessarily farm that all the time. But a couple good staple farms go a long way for making progress on the token. Is wetlands a 4th or a 3rd zone? A 4th or a 3rd zone? Do you mean like... What do you mean by 4th or 3rd? I think it might be like the 12th zone? I'd have to add up all the zones we've done. What's the price on wool cloth now? Good 14 silver. Yeah. Yeah, the cloth isn't the best here. Silk cloth is not too bad though. 17 silver, sometimes up to a gold. If we look at our stats here, our average sale price on 1,000 silk is 99 silver, so you can get about 1 gold per silk if you're selling at the right times. . I love how these mobs just shout your name out. Goldilocks. Oh. So these guys drop a lot of the, like, it's not necessarily like a rare transmog, but they do drop these white shoulders. And these white shoulders do tend to sell pretty well. It looks like we're still trying to sell off one of these inscribed ones, but yeah, I think we've gotten a couple different white shoulders here. So those are good to have on the transmog for sure. A live goblin reaction. 9 months on the Twitch Prime. Should have the updated loyalty badge now then on that. The Murlocs drop very valuable transmog pants in this zone. Okay. Noted. Oh. We are mounted, apparently. Definitely... Oh, speaking of the pauldrons... This is becoming the pauldron farm. We've also got the burnished pauldrons now. Oh my goodness. All 3 of these are from these guys. Sweet. Yeah, I'll have to check out the Murlocs. We gotta be careful though, because when I was testing the zone borders on my main on Monday, if you walk close to the shoreline here, that's like every time you see go to Sundown Marsh over Bluegill Marsh, that is technically a Rothy Highlands. If we walk there, like if I'm just farming around here and I walk right here, boom, we discover a Rothy Highlands. Dangerous stuff. So if I'm farming Murlocs, I'm gonna try to stay well away from that kind of I guess northwestern shoreline. Down here, like around the Swift Gear station, all this is safe. All this is safe. Up here though, like just consider that off limits. We're not going there. I don't think there's any unique mobs up there though, so it's not too big of an issue. So I think we can still get the Murlocs. The Bluegill Breaches. Oh yeah. From the Bluegill Muck Dwellers. Those guys are over here. I'll put those on the agenda. I don't know if we'll get to them today, but I definitely want to get those legs if they're valuable. Let me look it up on Tradeskill Master. Bluegill Muck Dwellers. See if that loads up. Who would have thought that orcs had almost as many pauldrons as black bears? It's kind of crazy that we've just gotten like one of each. We have the leather, 2 leathers, and 1 male. Like, that's kind of crazy. Oh wow, the Bluegill Breaches are really good. Like 10k average sale price. 300k market value. Wow. Massive. That's actually huge. Goldbound's 1-year anniversary in 6 days. Yeah, first episode came out, what was it, the 21st? That's crazy. Yeah, episode 1 in Elwyn. Exactly 1 year ago, I was probably working on it. The 19th, was that the anniversary date? Yeah. Jeez, that's crazy. It feels like both like a long time, but also like no time at all. Notice I haven't checked out that dwarf area yet, up here, the Dun area. I went over quickly on my main and kind of looked around. There are some mobs up there. I'll probably farm a little bit. I was just worried about exploring there on Goldie before I went there on my main. because I was afraid maybe it was like a Rothi Highlands. It's safe up there, so I can go up there. I just haven't walked there on Goldie. But I did poke my head on my main. I think there's some stuff there. It's been a year? Yeah. It's been almost 1 year since episode 1 of Goldbound came out. Yeah. Almost. You think of time now as BP and AP before Patholarics and after Patholarics. Oh my goodness, that cracks me up. Life has been good AP. we live in that AP life, guys, the after Patholarics life. To be fair, for me, Patholarics began in like 2006, 2005 is when the persona of Patholarics was born, aka my first human paladin. Named Patholarics, of course. Congrats, it's been a great series so far. Thank you. It's been a lot of fun progressing. We've gotten like a good chunk of Eastern Kingdoms done in a year. And it seems like the last maybe 2 or 3 months, maybe it's like the backlog of transmog, well definitely helping a little bit, but the pace has, if you compare like the last 3 months to like the 3 months before, we're averaging more like zones faster, it seems. Maybe like we're getting more higher level zones, and we have like a good shelf of backlog transmog that we can slowly sell off. So yeah, maybe we'll be an Outland by next year. 1 year from now, I feel like we will probably be an Outland. Because there's fewer zones in Kalimdor, I think. There's still quite a few zones in Kalimdor though. We'll see what happens. Who knows? Maybe the WoW token price will skyrocket and we're going to get completely hooped as well. Anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. Yeah. Do I use TSM to post my transmog or do I do it by hand? Oh, TSM. Yeah, so I do use TSM selling operations to post transmog. I have over 1,000 items on my transmog alt. So even with TSM, it takes me like 30 minutes, 40 minutes to repost. But yeah, by hand, it would be crazy. I think if you do transmog by hand, the move is to like only have a select few like very expensive items. Speaking of which, I missed a chat, but someone was asking what the current most expensive farmable item is. Off the top of my head, I could be very wrong, but I would imagine it'd be like Papal Fez, right? But that must be the most expensive farmable item right now. Something like that. That's from Alderman. Do I have a specific string that I use for posting transmog, or just in general? Does this work? It doesn't work. I kind of go over it a little bit in my add-ons video, but I also made a video on that channel, on this channel actually, about how I set up my TSM, and I kind of talk, or I kind of walk through my operations there. But I will sometimes make different operations for items I want to sell at lower prices. Like if there's some items that I want to quick sell, I'll probably put my percentages a little bit lower. Yeah. Just kind of depends a little bit.
Finally back from Amsterdam. How have things been, Mr. Alerix?
Yo, welcome back from Amsterdam, Several Rising. And things have been good. Yeah, we're out here in Wetlands. We've been having fun on hardcore as well. We've been really hitting our stride, I would say. We've been having a really, really good time. Hope Amsterdam was good, and welcome back. Next zone spin, is it 50% Kalimdor? Hold up. Let's just think about that for a second. There's 2 zones. So there's 2 zones in Kalimdor we could spin. There's Duskwallow and Barrens. So that's 2 zones. Then we have 1 zone, Deadwind Pass in Eastern Kingdoms, Badlands in Eastern Kingdoms, Twilight Highlands in Eastern Kingdoms, and Arathi Highlands in Eastern Kingdoms. So it's whatever that ratio is. It's 2 out of 6, right? 1/3. That's how you do. That's how you do math. 33% chance of Kalimdor, I think. Yeah, 33% chance of going to Kalimdor. We'll see. It could happen. There's no more boat to Darkshore? No, there isn't. It's there is Duskwallow Marsh and Howling Fjord. A lot of those OG zones boats don't exist anymore in retail, unfortunately. 0.33. Yeah, 33.33. Repeating, of course. Chance of going to Kalimdor. All right, chums, time's up. Let's do this. Goldie locked. Let's go. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We have 106,000 gold. We've been getting some raw gold here in Wetlands. And we had 105k because, of course, the last token, we sold a big transmog piece to get over the threshold. And so we have a little bit of a surplus. If we can get a couple more whelps, you know, it bodes well for the for a sooner than later zone spin. It's kind of crazy that we rolled Wetlands, though. I think this might have been the first scenario in Goldbound where we unlocked a zone and it put on another zone on the spinner, and the very first spin, we spun the new zone. Right? Because we got Loch Madan, which allowed Wetlands to be spun, and then the very next spin, we got Wetlands. I don't think that's happened before. I think every other unlock was, like, available for at least one spin. I guess, I mean, aside from Red Ridge, like the first zone spin ever, but... Now I'm just thinking. Burning Steps? No, because we rolled Swamp before Burning Steps. I think. Or no, did we? Oh no, maybe Burning Steps. You know what? I think you guys may be right. I think Burning Steps might have been unlocked with Red Ridge and then immediately rolled. You're right. Bright Gloves. Nice. Okay, so there was one other. Was there more? Stranglethorn Vale. Okay, Stranglethorn Vale was rolled after... I think Stranglethorn Vale was rolled after Searing Gorge, so I think it was available for at least one spin. I'd have to look at my thumbnails to double check on YouTube. Okay, so maybe Wetlands and Burning Steps are the two zones. Potentially. Very interesting. Good fact check there, Vurin. Yeah. Badlands is going to be a fun one. Like, a lot of me, when we get Badlands, is just going to want to only run Alderman over and over. I think that's the crux. That's the problem of Badlands. There's definitely other farms, but I think I'm just going to want to hunt for, like, ultra rare items in Badlands in Alderman when we get it. I think there's also a rep grind, though, in Badlands, right? I need to write the sequence of zones down somewhere. I should, because the longer we go, it would be nice to have it as like a succinct thing. Maybe I should just write on the whiteboard back there. Let's do it right now. Okay. All right, guys. Let's work this out. Let's work this out together. Does this work? Alright, it's going to be in red, guys. That's the only one that works. So let me open up my YouTube. We can definitely do the first ones like by hand. Let me see if I can see the top here. So we got Elwyn. Yep, that's number 1. Number 2, Red Ridge. Okay. Number 3, Burning Steps. After Burning Steps was Swamp of Sorrows, right? What did we get after Swamp of Sorrows? Patholerics. What are we learning today? Yeah, welcome to class, guys. Was it Westfall? Oh, yeah. Oldest videos first. I think it was Westfall, and then there's like the asterisks of Dark Moon, right? Yeah, then it was Westfall. So 5. Stella, you okay? Westfall. Okay, now we can kind of sit down here. Don't know if you can really see this. 6. Dark Moon Fair, but doesn't really count. Okay. 7. After Dark Moon. After Dark Moon, after Westfall, didn't we get Duskwood? Was it Duskwood? Stella, you're okay. I think it was Duskwood. Okay. And then Stranglethorn? I think that's right. When was Searing Gorge? Oh no, guys. When was Searing Gorge? Is that after Stranglethorn? And then 9. Yeah, was Searing Gorge before or after Stranglethorn? It was after. Or no. Was it before? It might have been before, so I go Searing Gorge here. Swap those two around. Double check. Yeah, let me just see here. Stranglethorn. I'm literally just opening up the videos here. This is when not spoiling the... Okay, it was before. No. Yes, Searing Gorge was before Stranglethorn, 100%. Yep. And then it went Stranglethorn to Dunmoreau. I can't spell. Okay, Dunmoreau to... Let's see here. Dunmoreau to Blasted Lands. Yeah. Blasted Lands. Blasted Lands to Loch Madan. And then the 13th zone is Loch Madan to Wetlands. So, to summarize, we went Elwyn, Redridge, Burning Steppes, Swamp of Sorrows, Westfall, Dark Moon, Duskwood, Searing Gorge, Stranglethorn, Dunmoreau, Blasted Lands, Loch Madan, Wetlands. Boom. So this is our 13th zone. That's crazy. Let's put this back here. Absolutely wild. Yeah, that's 13 WoW token. Well, we're on the 13th, right? There we go. Bro, just trying to farm the TikTok content. I just wanted to make sure I knew which ones we rolled there. That was good. We got it sorted. That was good stuff. I didn't realize it was 13 zones. That's actually pretty solid. Whoa. What? Dark. I wasn't intentionally farming this. Dark Steel Bastards. Whoa, that looks. Dare I say, that might be the longest sword in the game. It goes off the screen. Look at this too. 148,000 gold market value. What? 7.5k region sale average. We weren't farming for this, but oh my goodness, we'll take it. What the heck? Big bastard sword. That is a bastard sword of all bastard swords. Look at that. Well, that potentially cuts the zone time in half. I mean, if we got a sale right now at the market value, yeah. Seems like a long-term listing. I think this would be a longer-term sell. It shares an appearance with the Dark Espadon. I have the appearance for the Dark Espadon, so it's probably pretty easy to get. Because if I have it, it's probably not that hard to get. I'm not that big of a collector for transmog. So it's probably only people who want the individual collection logs that would get this one. But we'll take that. I've never heard of that actual sword before. I think it's just like a zone drop probably, or like a blue BOE drop. Undermine Journal only has 5 of those across all realms. Not sure how accurate it is. All in 6-digit prices. Jeez. So that's probably one we'll try to sell for a good amount of value. Good sword, guys. Really good sword. We'll take that. Huh. Let's put it on the page here. Up here, you know, we don't need those ones anymore. Grats, tie. That's a big drop. What's the value? It's hard to say, but like 150k is the market value. Average sale 7.5k, so like realistically, like a faster sale on this would probably be like 70k. Somewhere in between those two numbers, right? Jeez. I think the Dark Espadon is also a random green world drop. Oh. Oh, actually, I think I noticed that it upgraded. So this is a green drop that got upgraded to blue. So it's just like a random green BOE. Wow, that's a valuable green BOE. Just like a green world drop. Sweet. That's a lot of gold, guys. I hope we sell it for that much. What if I did Goldilocks, but I can only spend time in Stormwind and the auction house? Can I trade on the auction house? Ah, because that's a different story. Flip. If I can flip, it would definitely be a different angle. Very different vibe. We did a little bit of flipping on the first Double Down challenge, if you like that kind of content. A little flipping content. I've always liked flipping, but I haven't gotten super into it for like long term on World of Warcraft. I've done it for small periods of time. I used to flip battle pets back before there was cross-market auction house and warband banks, like flipping through, like learning in the pet journal. Yeah. That or just run stockades. Yeah, you'd have access to stockades. There'd be some vendor flips in Stormwind. Stuff like that, yeah. All good options in Stormwind, for sure. After hearing about all these different locked series, it's definitely been encouraging to get your professions in line so you can work towards gold capped. Best of luck. Gold cap is a very worthy goal. It's a lot of gold, 10 million. Well, 9,999,000, repeating, of course. That was a crazy drop, though, that sword. That's awesome. You make all your gold from flipping, not enough time from farm. Not enough time to farm. I think like the actual gold per hour from flipping can be insane compared to farming, right? Gold per hour from flipping can be, I mean, the more gold you have, the more gold you can make. Yeah, flipping is one of those things where you can start to make, like, if you farm some gold, you can theoretically start to make your gold work for you, but it is risky. Quite risky. Depending on what you're doing, though. Wondering about doing a garrison challenge? There is definitely something there for like a WoW garrison lock challenge. There's definitely something there. I can see it. I mean, at this point, I haven't got the Dragon Maw short sword, but I do reckon that the Darksteel Master Sword is a better drop, so I can't be too upset about not getting the drop I was going for. Is the gold cap per character or per server? Why even have a gold cap? It's per character. Yeah, so you could have multiple different characters with it. Then there's also like a guild bank gold cap. So technically there is like an account gold cap if you have the most amount of characters possible, and if all the characters are guild masters and their own guild, then like you couldn't physically have more gold in the account. But at that point, you could have more gold, but you just have to hold assets, right? If you hold items that are very liquid, you're basically holding gold. So I don't know if you work it out how much what the actual gold cap is. Aside from like what you can see in the bag here. You can have 750 mil per account. Is that including like if you store in guild bank and stuff? Because I know back in the day, like with classic gold cap, it was something to do with how the game was coded. It was like 2,147 or something, or that's RuneScape. But it was something to do with how the game is coded and like what integers it can use. And that's why there was a gold cap. Okay, so you can have 65 total characters, each with their own guild warbank and bank. And that works to 750 mil. Jeez. That's a lot of gold. Wasn't it 365,000 or something? So the gold cap increased from classic to something else in one expansion. And then it increased again. So it's increased twice. So I think it was around 300 or like 200,000 or something for a while. I don't know the exact points though that it changed. But I think it has increased twice. Pocket change for me. Guys, I don't even have gold cap on my account right now. I spend all my time farming old world zones. With a very restricted character. And then once I get 300k, I just buy one of these. At a certain point, we will have earned enough gold on Goldie for gold cap, but we will not have had gold cap. So if you hit gold cap, what happens if you try to sell something? It just won't let you completely trade or loot the auction. It's like if your bags are full, you can't loot more items. It'll just stay in the loot tab. There used to be like a troll thing people would do, where if you trade someone and you have gold cap and you offer to trade them gold cap, like 999 million, or sorry, 9,999,999 gold, 99 silver, 99 copper, you can click accept, and they cannot accept it if they have even more than 1 copper in their bag. So people used to troll people doing that. Dangerous game because if you happen to open trade with someone who has 0 copper in their bags, they can just accept. But yeah, it just doesn't let you accept the trade or loot the item. Has any of this gold translated into WoW tokens for my personal game time? From Goldie, no. The only things I've used... So I've converted to BattleNet currency, and I bought the Brutosaur. This mount here. That was like 2 million gold or so. I also bought this mount here. And the rest is just right here. It's just 4 more tokens. But yeah, I don't know exactly what I'll do with the other tokens. I'll probably... I don't know. I have some ideas. You can't have more than 10 in your bags, so we have a little bit to decide what we're going to do with them. We have 4 stockpiled now, though, since we used our last one. Save them up or sell for using on the black market. The thing is, the reason I kind of don't want to use them like to sell for the black market is then it kind of feels worse than just not using them, you know what I mean? Because if we have to buy a token with gold and then sell the token for gold, we basically just like intentionally lose like 5 to 10% of our gold. You know what I mean? Unless we wait long enough where the token price goes up. But yeah, black market auction house cleaners would be kind of fun. I don't know. It would be cool to see like a gold cap situation though on Goldie. But I like using the token as the yardstick for each zone unlock, of course. Yo, finally catch you live. Content is insanely good. Thanks to it, you spiraled into trying WoW. You appreciate it, brother. Gold cap after all the zones are unlocked. That's not a bad idea right there. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, I think realistically I'll probably buy whatever pets could be helpful on Goldie. Like, we could buy the toy that gives us a Hearthstone. After that, I'll probably just convert to battle net balance and just do giveaways with it, to be honest. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Like giveaways of mounts and stuff. I can't trade the actual WoW token, they're soulbound. So I'll have to add the BattleNet currency and then just do giveaways that way. Or I could just add game time too. I don't know. We'll see. I definitely want to sit on some just in case, you know, in 8 months another Brutosaur comes up with a bank. We definitely want to have some backlogged BattleNet currency from Goldie to buy any new mounts that come in. So I don't want to bankrupt them as far as tokens, because we can always use them to buy BattleNet shop stuff. That could always help the challenge. Depends on what Blizzard releases, right? Because, yeah, the Brutosaur took quite a few. The other problem of holding like 10 in the bags is we can't actually put them in the bank. So it does just take up one of our bag spots. Oh, we've got some skins here, guys. Bing, bang, boom. Skinning these guys down. Sweet. Yeah, 9 should be enough to purchase anything Blizz comes up with, I hope. Oh my goodness, if 9 WoW tokens isn't enough to purchase whatever Blizz comes up with, that means it's more than $200. That would be pretty darn crazy. Just gonna activate this spec here so I can AoE. Have I thought of a good zone? A good zone transmog? We'll see. I mean, we have a good head start into this zone, and we only just got the Bard set equipped, so I might end up leaving the Bard set for Wetlands. And hopefully by the next zone, get Night Slayer set, maybe? Ideally, my next transmog is Night Slayer, but I might end up just doing Bard set for this zone, because we just got it. Had to take the dog out for a bit, see we're back to the #1 grind. You know how it goes. We're using this one to swap some loot tables. I really, really, really want to get one of the Crimson Welplings early on in the zone, though, because the sooner we get it, the sooner we can sell it, and that just helps the zone. I might stop farming this one as much once we get the whelp, but until we get it, I mean... We'll definitely be doing it a fair amount, and this will probably be the farm that I do off stream the most, because it's so AFK. Like, I can watch a show, you know, and do this AFK. The problem is, for Zone Timer, if I'm AFK watching his show, I'm gonna be on my laptop, and my laptop doesn't sync to my kill logs. That's a little bit of a problem. Because I want to see the numbers go up. I want to see the zone time go up, and I want to see the number of kills on these guys go up. Current kill count on the whelp stealers is 1,900 kills on whelp stealers. and 1,200 kills on the slave guys, the dragonkin. Glad we're still live. How's the whelp farming? Going slowly. So far, no whelps, but, you know, we can try to get lucky here. Sorry you couldn't join Dead Mines yesterday. Had to put your foot up. Had to put your foot up and get weight off for it. Oh, no worries. We had a good run, though. Maybe we'll be doing some dungeons in the coming weeks. You know, we got potentially Nomer, RFK for Varigant's Fist. We got a lot of stuff coming up. Any side of world drop bugs here? In the zone, yes. On these mobs seem to be like immune to world drop bugs, which is kind of crazy since how big of like a hyper spawn it is. But yeah, it seems to be no like downside of just sitting here and farming for hours. The spawns keep coming, the drops keep coming, and the gold keeps going. I could use a syncing... I could use something to sync my add-on and WTF folder between the desktop and laptop. Yeah, I think that's the only solution to have the number go up, regardless of which one I play on. I think you're right. Yeah, I guess it's not a normal hyperspawn. It's the world combat. However, like a lot of spots where there is world combat like this, the mobs don't drop any loot. Like we were talking earlier about the Dark Portal, there's all those orcs that I'll keep running to fight at the Dark Portal, and they have no loot on their tables. But it'd be a similar farm to this if there was. But these guys keep dropping like a ton of silver, ton of coin, and ton of loot too. Syncing is really easy to set up and to use too. What kind of like what kind of a syncing like app would you use to sync the folders between a desktop and a laptop? Would it be like a program you install on both and it just like uploads to a cloud or something? I guess I could literally just like email the WTF folder back and forth, right? Like that would be a very quick and dirty way to do it. If I'm only gonna do it like once a week, I could literally just email the folders back and forth, right? Traveler's Backpack. Love to see it. Oh, Sync Thing is the program's name. Oh, okay. Sync Thing. Oops. Ah. A continuous file synchronization program. Okay. I could do that for my add-ons folder. That'd actually be like really min-max. Notice gear drop frequency kind of dipped here after continuous kills. Maybe placebo. Maybe. I noticed my bags really filled up pretty quickly here, even after farming for a while, so I don't know. Maybe certain items might fall off. Yeah, that's possible. Can't I change the folder access to be somewhere both can access it? I feel like it would have to be in the cloud, which might make the add-on have some bugs. I don't know. I'm not super, you know, technically savvy with the add-ons, but I think Sync Thing would work. It seems like that service there. Nope, nope, nope. No Crimson Whelp yet. Need to look up different folders, because some access different add-on folders rather than just the game add-on folder. Yeah. Might be a little bit complex, but nothing we can't solve. You know, potentially. Although, another solution is just to only farm on this computer, not the laptop. That would also work. Yeah, I could. That's true. I could store the game on like an external drive or something. Like an NVMe. You'd have to make sure it's a very high read-write speed, though, otherwise you might run into some problems. Thunderbolt docking. Have the game on the docking station via NVMe. That's like an external drive, right? That's like, I think that's the same thing? Maybe not? But yeah, as is, I think each add-on folder would have individual stats, probably. And I could just add them on. Yeah, the more I think about it, guys, the more I might just not play on the laptop. Like I said, I do quite like the more simplest approaches. Because the worst case scenario is something I do somehow messes up my data, and all of a sudden all my zone timer data and all of my kill track data is gone. For maybe like one night a week that I might play on my laptop. I might just take the simple man approach and just play on the computer. Stella, come here. You're okay. Yeah. Maybe, well. One way that it could be solved is if Blizzard updates the stats page to be more in-depth and more accurate, too. In-game stats page. Do the skins sell for anything? It's not too crazy. It's like 1 to 5 gold. 1 to 5 gold each. Like the light leather is 1 gold. 5 gold-ish for the medium leathers. Just stream the game from the desktop to the laptop. Like remote access in. For something like this, that actually might be a solution. Yeah. It wouldn't be the best if it was for like everyday gameplay, but if it's for something like very AFK, it might actually not be bad. Well, no drop. What we did... Look at this, guys. What we did get... Shit, just don't do it on hardcore. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea for hardcore. What we did get... The Darksteel Bastard Sword. Definitely the drop of the day, I would say. No Whelplings today. But the Bastard Sword is very, very good. Other kind of conclusions from the day. Well, we farmed here for a bit. The actual trade good value from this farm that we were just doing is about 4,000 gold per hour. That's the conclusion of the day. And that's from cloth, leather, vendors, and just like looting the actual mobs. We also farmed the elementals. A little bit worse gold per hour. Not bad though. Still fun to do. Anger and Fang encampment, some good drops. all in all, GG's guys. I gotta go get some lunch though, and then get to a bit of editing. But we'll be back tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow will be a hardcore day though. We'll be logging into Patholarics, the human paladin. If you're hanging out with that character, we'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, Goldbound back on Friday on stream. We're queuing up for a good week, guys. So thanks for hanging out today, and we'll see you tomorrow if you guys want to play some hardcore. Until then, go with honor, friend.